to deliver on the promise of what will be a very rich and a very thought-provoking agenda. For many of these sessions, we will take questions from you, our audience, so please use Zoom's Q&A option that you can see at the bottom of the screen. But it's now a great pleasure to welcome the Provost of Imperial College London, Ian Walmsley, and the Dean of Imperial College Business School, Francisco Veloso, with their welcome address.
Thank you, Matt, for that introduction, and thank you to everybody who has worked so hard to make this event possible, including those of you who are joining from around the world. I'm delighted to welcome you all to Imperial College London to consider and discuss this very important topic. It's certainly the case, as Matt has noted, that responsible leadership has never been more critical than now. Indeed, the mutable format of this conference is itself illustrative of the level of change that we've all experienced during the pandemic. It was held online for the first time last year, just as COVID-19 was taking hold. And yet now the idea of remote collaboration and virtual working is more or less normalized, and perhaps one of the most lasting transformations of the past year. So it's timely to reflect on all we have learned through this period, not only how we successfully navigate a crisis situation, recognizing what has worked well and how we could have done things better, but also to consider how the pandemic will change our ways of doing business in the future. Imperial is a mission-driven organization, and in a sense that gives us an advantage in being able to make our decisions to deliver against academic objectives primarily. Well, of course, we need to run a sensible business model. Our flexibility meant we could adapt quickly our use of technology to give us a broader geographic reach than ever and a broader demographic reach than ever, adapting and improving our admission, teaching, and assessments for students wherever they may be in the world. The shift to remote learning has been key to us in this crisis period, and how we build on this in the future is very important. We must do this in an inclusive way, recognizing, mitigating, and removing barriers such as digital poverty and lack of access to facilities which our community and stakeholders may face. These may be consequences of systemic inequalities, but they will surely exacerbate them too. So how we use these new technologies is important. We need to consider how we as an organization consider new policies and guidelines to ensure that they are deployed ethically and responsibly. Even internally, we found this has required a lot of discussion across the college. It's not without contention, but those are the kind of issues that we'll all have to grasp. In order to improve our leadership approaches to ensure the success and well-being of our colleagues and the wider community, we'll need to continue to experiment and innovate, and I'm sure that's true for all of our organizations. And I look forward to hearing today your ideas on how we can collaborate and draw on our collective expertise to build a better post-pandemic world. Thank you for joining the conference. Thank you for your participation. And now let me hand you over to Francisco.
Okay, welcome. I'm delighted to be here. Welcome everybody to the 6th annual conference of Imperial College Business School, a conference that has already been highlighted by the previous presenters in unusual and challenging times. But this is an important topic, is an important issue, and also the conference is an important way by which we think about our mission as a leading international business school. So I really like to welcome all of you from wherever you are around the world as a participant, but also our speakers, our partners, students, and all who are connected now, but also those who may be watching this later. Imperial College Business School is a leading business school at the forefront of research and intellectual leadership, as well as education. And in fact, we had another stream of good news yesterday with another ranking for our global online MBA that where we came up second in the world. And this is very much what we do, be at the forefront of our understanding what's happening around us in business and society, educate and engage with our students, but also create a broader engagement with our community. And this is not something that has been really present over this last year, because with its transition to remote engagement, it really made a difference, because we already had a substantial experience delivering digital education. But it's not just about the education now, it's about the research, it's about the engagement, is what we're doing right now through this conference. And so this day is really a leading example of our commitment to be engaged with business and society, to share the results of our research, but also to learn from you, from the participants, from our speakers, and to help charter our journey into the future for a much more responsible and impactful environment for business and society. And so let me take a step back and think a little bit about responsible leadership and what it means for business. And actually, let me start with our own story and our own environment, and even my own decision. Slightly over a year ago, we, like everybody else, switched to remote work, and in our case, remote education, to protect our community. But the issue is that about a week after we went remote, there were about 1,000 exams to be administered to our community of students. And all of us that have gone through education know how the exams are really a focal point of education, because it's when you transmit what you've learned. It's also a very stressful moment because you're being evaluated. And when things go well or go wrong, it makes a big difference. So the question that comes around at that time, and certainly the question that I and the team had, is, what's the most responsible decision to take for our community as we protect them? Is it to postpone the exams, to move ahead with digital exams, even if we're going to be a variety of uncertainties and perhaps problems, and perhaps big problems, cancel the exams and move away from the exams? This is just one small example of how we've all been challenged to make different decisions that we're not anticipating, having impacts on a lot of lives, and leading for all of us to think about what is the responsible decision to make, and what are the set of issues that we have to deal. And so COVID-19, has really changed the way we work, the way that we live our lives, and is forcing all of us, to question the assumptions, the priorities, and also the self-constraints that we work with, and even our own roles, right? I think all our businesses are thinking about, okay, how do we serve our customers and generate a value, but also how do we do that while protecting our community, and what's the right trade-off? What does it mean to work in the office versus working at home? It's also, having an impact on our roles as leaders. I think we all became much more aware of the issues with mental health. Also, it has made more humans as we bring our families, into the workplace by working from home for an entire year. So responsible leadership is not a new concept, of course, and has always been important for business and society. But COVID has really exposed this set of systemic and institutional issues across every facet of society that we really need to examine. And we can see that present not only in individual organizations, but at the societal level. We see that the fact that through this pandemic, lower income people have been much more affected compared to those that high on the middle and high income levels of the population and the workforce. We also know that, for example, Black people were about twice as likely to die from COVID than white people, at least with numbers for the UK and for the US. And we've also seen, for example, vaccine nationalism and different racial uptakes of the vaccine, as well as big challenges on access on developing and emerging economies to access vaccines. So this is all part of these challenges that we're having, and the need for us to be re-examining what we're doing as businesses and as society. And we see that as very important for our business school, because we educate the next generation of leaders. And so we need to be at the forefront of this reflection. And so when we think about the present, but also about the future, it's very important that we really take these questions of responsible leadership seriously, because even as we see what was happening right now, it's not clear that what's going to happen in the future is going to incorporate many of the lessons and the experience that we've been having this year into the future. And let me give you two examples. One of the things that people have really much thought about is the fact that climate, for example, has become much more aware, and the Paris goal has been much more present in the discussion. For example, in the financial industry, there's a huge difference between a year ago and today in terms of the relevance of meeting the Paris goals and fighting climate change in the financial industry compared to what we saw a year ago. But at the same time, we're expecting record emissions for 2021, in terms of the world, as some of the early estimates indicate from work that's from the International Energy Agency that was just reported a couple of days ago. So that makes you think about, this responsible leadership and the kinds of decisions that are being made. But it's also, an environment for us to think about when, for example, a leader that has been very much at the forefront of stakeholder engagement and trying to promote a different perspective in the way that we think about our responsibility in business and society. The CEO of Danone, has just been ousted recently for not delivering enough value to the shareholders. And so it really, makes a question about where we are, where we're going, and what do we need to do to make sure that this different approach, this more responsible approach into the future really takes roots in society and allows us to look into the future in a different way. And that's why the new research center on responsible leadership is so important. And we're very grateful for the generous support from Citigroup for our center to start this initiative, because we want to address these key issues, economic, social, environmental, technological challenges, head on, and to really reflect on what it is that we need to be doing if we're making responsible decisions. And that's why we want to approach these the way that we approach all, the challenges at Imperial, which is through research, through intellectual leadership, to rigorous analysis of the issues, through then education, by sharing what we learn, by engaging with our students and with our community. And this has never been, as visible. When we, for example, started our Masters in Climate Change Finance and Investment a few years ago, we didn't realize that how popular it would become. We thought it was going to be a program that was, more of a niche offering. And over the last few years, the growth in demand has just been astounding and tells a lot about where the new generations are looking at, the priorities that they have. And that's why it's so important that we work with them and that we, prepare them with the right understanding for the future, but also then that we engage. And that's the other part that we want to do today, is to really be working with all of you to learn your perspectives, to share our own findings, and to chart this common future today. So in the conference, we're going to be covering a variety of topics to help unpack these issues, like what it is to be a nimble and principled leader in a time of crisis. What are the challenges? What are the opportunities? How do we go about doing that? What is the role of business in dismantling systemic racism and social inequality? And what can we all do to be sure that we're engaging with this critical issue around the world? How do we navigate the ethical conundrums of digital technologies that we've seen all around the world, posing important threats even to people's lives, let alone their mental health and also the way that they look and understand the world? And there'll be plenty of opportunities for questions, for discussions with our speakers, and I very much invite you to engage, to ask, to challenge, but also to listen, because we really have a wonderful group of participants, speakers, and delegates involved in the conference. So I'd really like to thank all of you, serving, the speakers that have taken the time to join us today, to share their perspectives and to engage in this important discussion, to the delegates from around the world that are participating, and to the conference team, putting the annual conference of the business school together. It's a really large undertaking that involves many different teams and a lot of effort throughout the year. And I'm really grateful for all the work that you've done to create this this wonderful conference. So thank you very much. And I'll hereby declare the conference open and for us to start our conversations. And in fact, you know, if we were in a different environment, I would be handing it over to the next speaker directly, but that's not quite the case because our next speaker is John Allen. And John Allen, as he will himself explain to you in a second, has had you know, a personal issue. He had a fall and he fractured his hip. And so we were very fortunate that his recovery is going quite well and that he was able to record the video that we will share in a second, but we will not have him live present in the conference. But let me, in any case, introduce John Allen because it's really a pleasure and an honor to have his contribution. And we're, you know, double grateful because of the fact that he had to, you know, prepare the video that he's going to share with all of us, you know, under these difficult health situations for him. So John has had a long career in business spanning retail, logistics, and house building. You know, he went up the ranks and then became the chief executive of Excel. You know, before he was the CFO of Dutch Post and the deputy chairman of the retailer Dixon's Carphone. You know, he's also had a variety of other chairmanships, including Samsonite, and he's been a non-executive director at National Grid, PHS Group, and Hamleys. Currently, he is the chairman of Tesco and also the house builder Barratt Developments. And besides his career in business and his numerous leadership roles in both CEO and chairman and non-executive chairmanship roles, he's also had a very long career in service. You know, he's the chairman of the Care UK Health and Social Care. He was a non-executive director at the Home Office Supervisory Board. He was the president of CVI here in the UK, and he's actually more recently been the chair of the COVID Recovery Commission. And of course, very, very important, since last year, at least for us, for our community, since last year, John is also the chair of the Council of Imperial College London. And so I'm delighted to, you know, introduce you, John, and we will be now moving over to the video that John recorded for all of us to share his perspectives. And I hope you enjoyed, and we'll be back on the other side of the video. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege to be able to speak to you this morning at this conference, which is focused on a theme of huge significance to our world. I'm particularly delighted to make this speech because up until a few days ago, I thought I might have to pull out. I had a bad fall 10 days ago and fractured my hip. I was hospitalized, operated upon last week, and given a total hip replacement. I received fantastic care in the Chelsea and Westminster Hospital, closely associated with Imperial College. But then they let me out at the end of last week, and I was able to start preparing for this address. And Francisco came up with the idea of pre-recording my contribution, for which I'm very grateful. The theme of today's conference is absolutely vital, not just to business, but to the future of our planet. Well, I'm going to try and address it in three parts. Firstly, why business and business leaders should act responsibly or purposefully. I'll spend a couple of minutes on the theory. Secondly, how this can work in practice. I'll illustrate using Tesco, a business I chair, how purpose-led businesses can help to drive both short-term decision-making in the COVID crisis and longer-term decision-making in addressing climate change, probably the biggest crisis and challenge facing mankind. And thirdly, how business can and should work together and contribute to solving issues facing society and the economy. I'll illustrate this using the example of the COVID Recovery Commission. Now, why business should act responsibly? We fortunately moved on from the view, the era in which the belief was that the only purpose of business was to maximize shareholder value and that everything else would take care of itself. there's increasing consensus that businesses that recognize they have multiple stakeholders, colleagues, customers, suppliers, local communities, etc., and take the interests of these shareholders as stakeholders seriously, are more likely to be successful in the long term. Section 172 of the UK's Companies Act now makes this a legal obligation for companies, and it's now obligatory for all UK listed companies to report annually on their performance vis-à-vis stakeholders. That's a change that's wholly for the better. It's being reinforced by a wall of investment money that's seeking socially responsible companies to invest in, and that in turn is forcing fund managers to take a serious interest in the socially responsible credentials of the companies in which they invest. How things have changed since I was a fairly young CEO 25 years ago. I remember being summoned to the office of one of the largest fund managers in the City of London. And when I presented myself there, my annual report was open. There was a big circle around a section of it. And this is what he said to me, frankly, and I'll never forget these words. Listen, sunshine. That's the respectful way in which fund managers address young CEOs in those days. When we decide to give our money to charity, we'll let you know. What he picked up was that we had made a small donation to a very sensible charity. We were still involved in shipping, and this was sort of Royal National Lifeboat Institution or whatever. But the fact is, he clearly believed that it was improper on our part to take any account of any interest other than our shareholders. Well, I think things have changed and changed dramatically for the better. So, well, I think it's helpful that companies, at least in the UK, have now got legal obligations to consider stakeholders. I think it gives us a shield for doing that. The real imperative should be a moral one, an understanding that behaving responsibly is the right thing to do. In particular, if we're to remain successful in attracting and retaining talented young people who feel particularly strongly about the issues facing the world, climate change, racism, equality, diversity and inclusion, global public health and poverty, for example, then we must demonstrate to them that we share their concerns and are playing our part in trying to solve these matters. Now, I believe that business should follow this path, even if it makes a little less profit while doing so. But I've been further encouraged recently by reading a book by Professor Alex Edmonds, not of this parish, I'm afraid, but of the London Business School. In Grow the Pie, he argues that purposeful, responsible businesses can and do show superior long-term performance in terms of shareholder returns. So, Eureka, it may be possible to have your cake and eat it, or at least have your pie and eat it. I'd like to turn now to bringing this to life using an example I know well, Tesco. Tesco is a purpose-led business, serving Britain shoppers a little better every day. That's our purpose, and it drives everyone in the business from the boardroom to the shop floor. It's what underpins our commitment to getting each of our 80 million weekly transactions exactly right. But it also embodies our values, that no one tries harder for customers, that we treat people how they'd like to be treated, and that every little help makes a big difference. Taken together, these principles guide our relationships with millions of customers, colleagues, and suppliers, but they also point to our wider responsibility to local communities, to health and well-being, and of course, to the environment. I'll talk more in a moment about our commitment to sustainability and tackling climate change, but first let's consider the dramatic events of March 2020, the onset of a terrifying pandemic, and the moment when businesses across the country found their values put to the test under extraordinary conditions. I'm not exaggerating when I tell you that amid the first lockdown, our business changed more in 4 weeks than in the previous 10 years. Nowhere is this more the case than in the dramatic scaling up of our online delivery service. In just 5 weeks at the start of the pandemic, we doubled our online capacity to meet soaring demand. We went from 700,000 deliveries a week to 1.5 million. And we worked closely with government to prioritise the new delivery slots and ensure the most vulnerable in society had priority access. It was an incredible feat and collective effort, something would have been unthinkable just a few weeks before. We also had to respond to intense customer demand in store, and for a time we had to deal with a real sense of fear, verging on panic among some of our customers. We had to set out and communicate the steps we were taking to ensure everyone had access to the food they need, while at the same time ensuring that we served the most vulnerable in society. You won't be surprised to learn that normally for us, the biggest day of the year is the 23rd of December. We know it's coming and we have all year to plan for it. But at the start of the pandemic, we had 5 days at that level of demand and no chance to plan. In certain categories, we were selling 7 weeks worth of stock in 5 to 6 days. I'm proud of the resilience we demonstrated as a business, and I'd urge you to reflect on what it was like to colleagues in store, on the tills and in distribution centres, dealing with that intensity while, like everyone, coping with the fear and uncertainty that had gripped the country. Amidst all this, we had to design and implement new systems, social distancing, new ways of moving around a store, and we had to prioritise scores and access for NHS workers and care workers. All of these decisions and the way in which they were rolled out at pace were made possible by using our purpose and staying true to our values. We trust our colleagues at every level. We're supporting local communities, for example, with food donations and community grants, a £60 million package of food and funds. And we've worked hard, hand in hand with partners from government to charities. But the changes we made in our response to the pandemic wasn't just operational. We're the largest private sector employer in the UK, and at a time when millions of people were being ordered to stay at home, our staff found themselves in the front line, performing a vital service. We had to do right by them, and we did. 29,000 vulnerable staff shielded at home on full pay, while those still working needed personal protective equipment, training, and reassurance. And we brought in 50,000 temporary colleagues to help deal with demand. Tesco, we've always taken pride in the jobs we provide, and we've supported tens of thousands of people taking their first step into the world of work and towards a fulfilling career. But the appreciation we've always had for our colleagues has not always been evident in society at large. The pandemic has changed that, and it's our responsibility to harness the respect and admiration our store colleagues, our drivers, our shop floor staff have earned over the past 18 months as we emerge from the crisis with a renewed sense of camaraderie and collaboration. That's how we'll ensure that Tesco continues to play its part, more than its part, in tackling some of the longer-term challenges facing society. And there are many, as I mentioned earlier: inequality, poverty, inclusion. We must help find solutions to these problems. But just as our purpose and our values shaped our reaction to a crisis, they're also guiding our response to the great long-term challenge of our age, climate and the environment. It's here where our enduring belief that every little helps really takes hold, because tackling climate change and protecting our environment will only be achieved by realising the cumulative impact of myriads of changes, policies and commitments. Our purpose keeps our eyes on the horizon, guiding today's decisions with the future in mind. There are some very clear, tangible and impactful changes underway that underscore our belief in the importance of sustainable retail and lower environmental impact. Our climate manifesto, it covers 5 key areas: energy, transport, food production, diet and waste. It spans our own operations, our supply chain, and helping customers. It entails both incremental improvements and transformative change through innovation, and it calls for an industry-wide strategy to tackling climate change. I'm delighted that this approach has just been recognised and endorsed by Chapter Zero, a not-for-profit organisation encouraging company boards to act on climate change. But this isn't about positioning or even just campaigning. It's about real and urgent change. changes to the way we deal with waste and packaging, changes to our supply chain, slashing our emissions, and yes, changing customer behavior. Our net zero journey began in 2006 when we set our first carbon targets. In 2009, we became the first business globally to commit to become a zero carbon business by 2050. And in 2017, we went even further by committing our business to science-based climate targets based on a 1.5 degree trajectory. Now we've committed to go further and faster to reach our net zero target in the UK by 2035, 15 years early. When it comes to helping our customers take part in this journey, we like to think about a better basket, better for them and for the planet. In 2018, we launched a groundbreaking partnership with WWF, the Worldwide Fund for Nature, to halve the environmental impact of the average UK shopping basket by tackling urgent environmental issues linked to food production. We've mobilized 40 of our biggest suppliers in food waste reduction, and we're working with 70 of our biggest suppliers to track and reduce manufacturing emissions. Addressing the climate change can seem daunting, whether you're acting as an individual consumer or as one company. And the truth is, no single one of us can fix this alone. But by creating long-term strategies, embedding our plan in the way we do business, and by pulling together across the food industry, we can make a big difference. And at the root of all of this is a business with a purpose, recognizing its responsibilities, stepping up to the challenge, and investing time, energy, and the resource required to deliver real change. I've seen during the pandemic and in our approach to long-term challenges that having a clear purpose really matters, not just in guiding a response and shaping behavior, but in serving as a framework in itself around which and through which decisions can be made. In the case of the pandemic, vast consequential decisions were being made at all levels of the business, hour by hour. And when it comes to responding to the environmental emergency, our purpose allows us to anchor decisions with a multi-year view in mind. And so it's clear to me that having a purpose and living up to it brings great moral as well as practical benefits. But let's return to Professor Edmonds and his growing pie, because there's no need to shy away from the fact that businesses with purpose and values at their heart can demonstrate better long-term performance and greater shareholder returns. I think business leaders have sometimes struggled to articulate the link between purpose and performance, maybe because it hasn't always been clear, maybe because they're squeamish of making the argument. But the truth is, if we want all stakeholders to buy into the idea of purpose-led business, we have a responsibility to make this case. At Tesco, we can now start to look back on the way we worked and the decisions we made from March 2020, and we see the results of putting our purpose at the heart of our pandemic response. By November of last year, an Echo research study showed that Tesco was the most admired UK company for our pandemic response amongst both the public and business leaders. We also know that customer and stakeholder trust in our brand has reached new levels, according to our own tracking studies. For me, this is recognition of the extraordinary impact made by our hundreds of thousands of colleagues, but it's also a validation of one of my core beliefs, that doing the right thing in the right way really matters. Now, up until now, I've been principally talking about the actions and attitudes that individual companies should undertake. But what about companies working together? A group of companies, a movement, should be capable of devising and implementing better solutions. As the old saying goes, all of us know more than any of us. I'd like to illustrate this by telling you a bit about the COVID Recovery Commission. A group of companies came together last summer to create a plan for long-term recovery and growth post the pandemic. They included Shell, AstraZeneca, Vodafone, McKinsey, and half a dozen others. Tesco was part of this group, and I was asked to chair it. We were and remain independent of government. We've been taking evidence from a wide variety of sources, have published 2 papers, and will issue our final report shortly. It's already clear, crystal clear, that inequality has dramatically increased during COVID. The worst off have suffered most. Our final report will be a plan for growth, arguing for this to work. Government, business, and civil society must work together, must have clear metrics for success, and must have long-term commitments on, for example, training and skills, research and innovation, getting to net zero, infrastructure, digital and physical, levelling up. What it all adds up to, and we're going to christen it, is a national prosperity plan, increasing economic growth in the country for the benefit of all. I hope you'll read the report when it appears and play a part in helping make it happen. And I trust the rest of the conference will be a huge success. Thank you.
Thank you to our keynote, John Allen, and we do wish him a continued strong recovery. What he has touched upon, I think, gives us a wonderful platform for the rest of the day as he looks at this theme of responsible leadership and how that's actually deployed, whether across the biggest private employer in the UK or the wider challenges that we face in society. We continue the conference with a series of panels and fireside discussions before ending the day with roundtables that look at all of the many themes that we've broken down to. But our first panel, I'm fascinated by its title. We talk about resilience, grit, determination, but the word nimble hasn't often come up. And yet, when business leaders are faced with tough decisions, sometimes you can be paralyzed by those choices, and how perhaps being nimble gives a greater fluidity to movement. So I'm delighted to welcome our panelists and our speakers. We bring Lynn Page. Lynn is an award-winning choreographer who's worked across TV, film, from the Pet Shop Boys to Kanye West and even The Crown. And she is joined by Morgan McKenney, who is the CEO of Global Consumer Banking at Citi, and given a career that's taken her from North America to the Asia markets and now in Europe, obviously speaks to the sort of global perspectives that we're looking to cover in the conference. And Lise Inge, who is on the board of the Fortune 500 company Sanofi, has held many positions related to society and public engagement in Denmark and across Europe, and of course was the former CEO of the UN Global Compact, which is one of the largest corporate sustainability initiatives between business and society. So to keep track of all of them, I hand over to Mark Kennedy, an associate professor at Imperial College Business School and also director of Imperial Business Analytics. Mark, over to you in the bright sunshine that you have behind you.
It's actually the middle of the night here, really, in California, but I discovered too late that I don't have a green screen capability on my laptop. So I switched back. I don't have the branded thing. So sorry, team. I was trying to fly the flag, but anyway, you get palm trees instead. So thanks, Matt, very much. And thanks enormously to our panelists. You heard brief introductions of them, and you're going to get to hear more from them as we go. So we'll dive right into the way that we have planned to do this conversation, first amongst ourselves and then second with all of you. So as Matt mentioned, being a nimble and principled leader in a time of crisis, that's quite a challenge. It's very now, but it bears some unpacking. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to start with crisis, and we're going to say, okay, there are multiple kinds of crises. The building is on fire is not the same as, for example, climate change that John was just talking about. So let's think a little bit about the kinds of crises that we find ourselves in at the minute. And what I've asked our panelists to do is just sort of be ready to say, well, here's what I'm thinking about. So we're not promising to be exhaustive here, but what we are promising to do is give you something to think about. So Lynn, I wonder if you wouldn't mind starting us off. What's a crisis that you're perceiving or have been in that would help us round out this set of things that we want to think about?
Well, hello everybody. I mean, my particular crisis is, the industry I worked in completely collapsed in a way that, I work in live theatre and live events, and globally, it just stopped overnight. And as well as that, the perception of also what we do in the creative industries seemed to not be understood. So I am, I'm part of Excluded UK. I've had 4 Broadway shows, 7 West End shows. I do lots of work. And yet, as far as the general public and also the government see me, I was asked to sort of retrain, reboot, and wasn't viable. So that was a real shocker. And my objective was like, well, what can I do? And I had a meeting with a very good theatre director, and I just thought the only thing I can do is try and create some work and try and employ some people. But of course, I gather people, so that became impossible. And 3 things that have happened was I just threw on a show by the seat of my pants, which was sort of proof of concept. I had no rules. I had no outline of how to do it, but I managed to get this show on. And I didn't realize I was one of the first to actually put on any live work, but I just made it up as I went along. And then it seemed to work. And, since then I've gone into the Royal Ballet and gone, well, listen, I've got a proof of concept to how to make a show. And at the moment we can't bring audiences in, so let's make a film. So we've done that. And then I was also very heavily involved with the protests outside Parliament, which of course I did it in a very choreographic way, but we had 270 freelancers in the creative industries that were just trying to remain visible and say, we're here, we generate a huge amount of income for you, but you've ignored us and you are continuing to ignore us. So, in the great scheme of how to solve any of this, all I could do was to support people that haven't been in the industry for as long as I have, by moral support, by phone calls, and just going, there is a way that we can create live work by any which way. And the objective was to remain visible so that, when things do go back, we're just not watching everything on screen.
So, I think a way to abstract what you're saying there is that, there was this shock to the demand environment such that your ability to do what you do was completely shut down overnight, and you had to find a way to seek an audience and continue to survive. Morgan, that makes me think of some of the things that you talked about, which strangely are quite parallel actually in banking, believe it or not. So tell us about that a little bit.
Absolutely, Mark, and absolutely a delight to be here with everyone. I think COVID was obviously a huge crisis for the world, right? That's the first time the whole world was impacted really at the same time. And for Citi, which is operating in 100 markets, it was something you can't really plan for, right? Banks plan for continuity of business. Citi is a systemically important provider. We're the part of the world's operating system for financial services, right? Powering companies doing their everyday business. And so we need to stay open to serve our clients and continue to move the $4 trillion we move on behalf of our clients every single day. We need to help our clients operate. They obviously had to flee, right, to work from home. And how do they even initiate all their payments, as an example? So we really had to be extraordinarily nimble. We rely on a number of vendors to deliver services, right? Vendors that themselves were challenged. So it was a huge, for a globally operating company serving global companies, it was extremely challenging and required a lot of nimbleness, which we'll get to. The other thing on the consumer side is, there was a lot of hardship and planning for hardship. How did we stand up a small business lending digital system in a few days, which again is, Citi doesn't move that fast typically, right? So all companies really required a lot of agility to respond to A, continue to operate, and B, to continue to serve their clients.
Fantastic. And Lisa, I know you have a different kind of crisis that has been a passion of yours for some time. Talk to us about that.
Hi, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here. Well, I mean, that's great stories about how the pandemic has impacted all of us. So let me contribute with, a little bit of a global perspective. I've worked for the UN for a number of years, and I'm very passionate about the global goals, the 17 goals that are directing us towards a world that will leave no one behind. And I think they are such an interesting, how should I say, scorecard for the world, where you can follow if we are approaching this ideal situation or we are not. And before the year of the pandemic, the world was not on track to make the 17 global goals. Particularly, there are two gaps around climate change and around social inequalities. But after a year of the pandemic, unfortunately, the climate gap has not really become more narrow, and the social inequality has become significantly worse. So we have now more than 100 million people that are pushed back into extreme poverty, just to mention an example. And, as always, it's the weakest population in society that suffers most when a crisis like this one is hitting us. So, for example, women have suffered significantly during the pandemic, both in the work market, but actually also on the home front. So I think we are in a situation where we need to pick up some of that positive spirit that we heard from both Lynn and Morgan, because we need to mobilize. And I think the whole idea about promoting a more nimble, authentic leadership that really takes a starting point in I would say we are not in one crisis, we are in the middle of a sort of eye of the storm of several crises: the pandemic, the climate crisis, biodiversity, social inequalities. So I think this is really the moment for each of us, no matter if we are business leaders or academics or whatever, to really find ways to utilize the platform we have to help create nimble, authentic, and compassionate leadership. Because the world is not going to, how should I say, recover better unless each of us are playing a role and taking responsibility.
I think what's interesting about all three of your experiences and the things that you've opened us with, which are fantastic, is that it gives us something to think about when it comes to crisis. So, for example, even in the pandemic, which few people now would say, oh, that was a nothing burger. But I mean, it took some doing to get people to understand what was going on. I would say, and I'm sure you would agree, Lisa, that, that's very true still of climate change. There are people who just are not as concerned about it as others who are trying to lead on that. And on the other end of the spectrum, Lynn, the things that you were talking about, when the theaters are shuttered, by law, and you can't go to work, it's really clear that you're in a crisis. So I guess the place we wanted to start was that kind of understanding, explaining, getting people to perceive the realities of a crisis is not an automatic. And within that brings us to this idea of, are there principles that you follow that would really help you with all of that? And I guess, maybe we'll go kind of in reverse. So, Lisa, you were just talking, tell us about some of your experiences with thinking about principles. And I suppose if we could personalize it, maybe, are there principles that, you've either seen in leaders or not seen that would lead you to say, I'm willing to follow that person, or I'm actually not willing to follow that person based on the presence or absence of a principle that seems highly important to you?
Well, yeah, Mark. Now I'm so fortunate that I have a documentation and a bit of good data that I can rely on to give you an example. Because actually the UN and Russell Reynolds did a very interesting study last year, interviewing more than, I think, 100 global business leaders that are considered to try to run their business in a sustainable way. Trying to figure out, what are actually the characteristics of what you could call an authentic, sustainable leader today. And clearly some, features came out, which is like being a very purpose-driven leader, being an authentic leader, that want to use your own experience and your own personality in motivating other people. Somebody who is very keen on innovation, not only the incremental innovation where you just fiddle a little bit around with what you're already doing, but people who have the courage to really create radical innovation. It was also clear that these role model leaders had all been working in different parts of the world and also often in different sectors. So they are sort of hybrids, both globally and in the way they see organizations function. And finally, they were very stakeholder oriented and interested in listening to what are employees saying, what are shareholders saying, what is the new agenda that we see emerging from a long-term perspective. So clearly, I think that there's a good image of what an authentic, purpose-led leader is. I think there are many examples of these kind of leaders. I have to say now Morgan is with us on the panel today, that the financial sector, I think, has really stepped up and are trying to push sustainable investments across the board, which is really, really helpful. Because when the financial sector sends a signal, I can guarantee you that the rest of the corporate sector is really interested. So having worked in responsible business for more than 30 years, I do think that we are at a tipping point where responsible business has become mainstream. And we have sort of put away Milton Friedman and his ideas about the business of business is just business. That just doesn't match the reality that people have to conduct their business in today. So, Mark, if you're looking for some inspirational role models from my perspective, I mean, I'd like to mention people that that are maybe not here anymore, but I think somebody like Mr. Gandhi has definitely inspired many people across the world with his phrase around being the change you want to see in the world. I think that's a very simple way of expressing the kind of leadership we need today.
Fantastic. Morgan, you just got a mention for financial services. You want to pick that up and kind of develop this theme of principles from your lane a little bit?
Absolutely, Mark. And it's still dark here on the East Coast, but I'm glowing because I'm on sabbatical currently, and really stepping back and thinking. And part of my sabbatical focus one is innovation, focus two is sustainable business leadership, and helping to try to develop more of a playbook, right? I think I absolutely agree with Lisa's comments that the problems in society are too large now for business leaders not to play a very important role, both from a personal and how they lead, but also their ecosystem, right? The companies they lead and that company's ecosystem. And what I would just maybe add to Lisa's great comments are, and folks might want to check this out, and Naveed Sultan, who you'll hear on the next panel, kindly had brought my attention to this, is level 5 leadership. There was a Harvard Business School study about what makes companies operate great over the long term, right? We're talking 20 or 30 years. And it's really a combination of humility. So the success of the company is the employees' success and all their partners that they work with, and taking responsibility, right? So if something happens, it's my fault as the leader. And so really that combination, it's beyond this sort of old style business, hard charging, extroverted kind of model that we saw that really was not stakeholder focused at all, as Lisa mentioned. I would also include inclusiveness, I think, and that goes with stakeholder management. I think diversity and inclusion makes outcomes better, and it makes products better. It makes innovation possible. You really have to synthesize very diverse approaches to the world to come up with new things that really serve a broad set of clients, et cetera. And so really, I think to deliver that amazing innovation, there really has to be a lot more inclusivity, and that's why people follow, right? If they feel heard, they feel listened to. So I think this humility and inclusiveness are maybe a couple other things. And then sustainable. I think a lot of business leaders, in the past, really, they were on their swim lane about stakeholder, really delivering for their shareholders, and you had politics. And I think, we've seen a lot of corporate leaders stand up recently to really try and lend their voice in a nonpartisan way. For instance, on voting rights in the US, we're seeing CEOs speak up about that to include, you need a working and vibrant democracy in many of these markets to have a stable business climate. So I think this focus on both balance of long-term and short-term is really coming into more of leadership focus that helps us address and make progress on some of these bigger challenges like climate change and like inequity.
I noticed in the news this morning that the CEO of Citizens Bank said, we're not going to get involved in every debate that comes along. And, that was sort of an argument for sitting out this thing about voting rights, which has been in the news. Lynn, lately, you mentioned being involved in protests in London. So, that's a getting out there and speaking with your voice and using your professional, capacities to be heard and to make a statement. What inspired you to do that, and what are the principles, behind what you're doing with that?
I think collectively in the UK, on one hand, we're a really big business, the creative industries and the live arts, but actually, in truth, everybody knows each other. They really do. And, there became just lots of connections between different organizations that set themselves up. There was the set designers, and there was the freelancers make theatre work, and the musicians union got set up. And then after a while, we just all started talking to each other and realized everybody was just sort of in the same boat. And so a good friend of mine suggested that it was something called Crisis in the Square. So, on the Monday, there was the dance world. On the Tuesday, there were the musicians. I think there was even on the Wednesday, the comedians. And by Thursday, there was sort of everybody else. And it was just visibility. So, however, I'm very good at organizing very, very big groups. I mean, part of the whole complex personally with this pandemic is that I work with really, really big groups of people, and suddenly I was like, well, how do I possibly do that? So it was a question of, especially physical space and physical distancing. It was working with that anyway. The principle was to, just gather as many, and I think there was about 270 of us in the end, in extremely beautiful straight lines and very organized. And of course, all of that was incredibly impactful. But again, actually, it wasn't even just a statement. It was self-worth. In the end, by October, I had the advantage of looking upon 270 of the people that are in the same boat of me and seeing everybody's faces, because of course we're not being able to see everyone. Everybody who stood on Parliament Square to just try and say something, it was a question of, it really was a question of self-worth, and all these people that have been asked to be viable were all in their own way, helping out on food banks, trying to do as much charity work as possible, volunteering for the NHS. And so the principle was to make a noise, and also to just help each other by even just being able to have some sort of communication.
So just to stay with you for a minute, Lynn, you know, the entertainment industry and especially the talent side of the business has been a really vocal and influential voice in helping us to rethink norms of business, and particularly around harassment and gender, especially.
Yeah.
Me Too has been principally helped along as a movement by horrific experiences that people have had in the entertainment industry, which, you know, I'm sure I don't have to tell you is, you know, kind of infamous for, you know, horrible treatment, at times. Is there a principle, you know, in that you think could sort of apart? I mean, I guess, how do you peel that onion for people, and you know, how have you started to respond to that, and how does that play into this thing that we're talking about now? I mean, I think I don't remember who it was that just said, you know, we've got crises within crises that are all kind of coexisting right now. But you know, what role do you think your world has to play in helping us with these multiple overlapping, intersecting crises?
Well, I think I think the rule book's been thrown out. I think you can't ever think you can do things the same way that you did before. So if I was to put a creative team together, which I've just recently done, okay, so for instance, I just went into the Royal Ballet to make a piece. So first and foremost, I'm going to address the gender issue. You know, is it 50-50 gender? You know, is it representative? Who am I mentoring? Who am I opening the doors to? You know, I'm from a working class background and I've punched my way through the industry, and I've been very lucky to do that. But, you know, anybody who's in my position that's from working class will never get into the arts now. So what can I do to open those doors? Yeah, I think that just the interrogation of what you're doing, why you're doing it, and who can I help? I think they're just the questions that start right from the beginning, whatever building you're in. And I'm fortunate that I get to work in really big institutions, but the minute I walk through those institutions, I've got to go on, have you been listening for the last 12 months? And there's so many crises that's gone on. How do we address them? And that, you know, there's however many 10 points before you even start to think of the work you're going to create, is how inclusive you can be, how, again, what we do in the entertainment industry is, you know, it is meant to spark joy, is meant to be collaborative, and is meant to, you know, sort of inspire people to be creative. But my, we have to just we can't do anything the same that we did 12 months ago.
So one of the things, you know, in such a time of change where, you know, nothing is the same as it was before, whenever you start doing something different and you're changing priorities, I mean, it's clear that leadership, you know, essential feature of leadership is updating when the world changes and seeing that. But at the same time, when you say, we used to think that, you know, black was the new orange, or orange was the new black, or whatever, and you switch, you know, to a new thing, people can sort of say, oh, hang on a minute, you know, we really made a big deal out of that. Are we now doing something very different? So I think this comes to the agility, to being nimble. You know, when you pivot, there is this worry that people are going to say, well, you know, you're just kind of moving with whatever seems to be expedient, you know, and that's the principle. You know, the principle is you can get paid for that right now. You know, and so Morgan, I mean, I wonder how you deal with that in the changes. I suppose particularly the things that you guys have had to do in the banking world have been to adopt, for example, technologies that previously would have looked dangerous, dodgy, but now, you know, that's one of the things that you're onto. How do you manage that?
Yeah, I think, you know, Citi is a company of over 200,000 people around the world. And so, yes, how does a company like that be nimble? I think first point, actually, and in time of crisis in particular, communication is absolutely critical. And what we saw, I think certainly from great leaders within their own organizations, was much greater communication. And I think the tendency in a crisis is to be paralyzed and to try and, you know, get more time to assess things. But I think particularly at Citi, keeping the most important things front and center, recurring, right? For the crisis, COVID crisis, it's the health of our employees and serving our clients. And actually that strips away a lot of worry about doing expedient, because it's either in the name of helping our customer, and obviously we're trying to do that thoughtfully and carefully to not create risk, but front and center for employees, even if it costs more, even if people can't be as productive. And I think Citi really took the high road, and it's engendered a lot of I'd say support within the organization of how we've handled COVID. Jane has famously said, data, not dates. It's not one size fits all, right? In this global crisis affecting every single country and, every citizen of that country at slightly different times, you really have to take a thoughtful strategy, and you can't just carte blanche say we're going to do X, because each market was in a different place. So I think also saying we don't know everything. So I think, you can't pretend to know everything in a time of crisis, and acknowledging that in your communications is really important. So I think the nimbleness and agility can come from having very clear, big picture focus, client and employees, to try to make changes as thoughtfully as possible under that banner, have great communication that acknowledges we don't know everything. And that's how you really are able to adapt appropriately given the circumstances.
So I think that I'll come to you now, Lisa, and the battle to help people understand what we need to do with climate change is one that requires both, plenty of adroit kind of maneuvering, but at the same time, quite a lot of bulldogish persistence, where you really stay on some themes for a while. How are you seeing kind of this concept of the principles that really enable leadership through a crisis?
Well, maybe I was a little bit pessimistic around, the state of the world a moment ago, but I want to balance it a bit with also taking some of the positive learnings I think we have had for the last year. I think the pandemic has shown us that we as human beings are actually able to take action, adapt, and change very quickly when it's really, really necessary. And I think we can take that learning into the climate change space, because that's very much about how each of us act as individuals, where we get our energy supply in our house, what kind of car we are driving, how many times we get on an airplane a year, all these very practical things, which is a little bit like, remembering to put on a mask and, wash your hands and all the rest of it. So I think we have learned from the pandemic that our behavior as individuals is really crucially important. And we can repeat that now when it comes to climate change. So of course, we need the politicians and all the big business CEOs to do the right thing. We will hopefully see that in Glasgow at the COP26 a little later this year. I think, the planets are already aligning, the US and China coming together for something major to happen, because it has dawned on all of us that it's not a future crisis, it's a climate emergency that is happening right now. So I think we need to come back to this idea that Lynn was also talking about, that maybe we all need to see ourselves as activists. In our society, somebody else is not going to come in and fix the issues that we are very passionate about. We need to become part of it ourselves, be activists, and change our own behavior. And you could say that, how do you deal with an extremely complicated issue like climate change? Well, why don't we try to make it simple and make it boil down to each of us taking action in our daily work? And I think it's really encouraging when you look at the younger generations, the millennials, for example, and this trend is becoming stronger and stronger in the younger generations, that basically you can say millennials want to buy from, work from, and invest in sustainable companies that can document how they are faring on climate change, on human rights, on gender equality. And I think that force can really drive change going forward. So the more we can sort of push down responsibility and mobilize people to take action and be activists, I think the better. And I feel that's a good feeling, because then I can do something as an individual. I don't have to sit around and wait. I can be part of creating the action that we all need in so many different areas these days.
Fantastic. I mean, that is a good up note to come to a shift to questions. So we want to enable our wider participants here to pose to you questions that are on their minds on this theme. So I'm just looking at the Q&A. Let me pull it up here. I will pick one, which is a bit of a provocative one from Spencer Dubois. Is COVID just a point in time that will fade? Is this just a passing thing, or is there something about this that will stay with us? Anyone?
I'm happy to jump in there. I would say COVID is a catalyst in many ways, right? I think I kind of liken COVID to drawing out the tide that exposed the size of the world's challenges for people, and also created a introspection, right, of the types of lives you want to lead. I think certainly the intensity of COVID, and one of the other questions in the chat is, are people so fatigued, lurching from crisis to crisis? And I do think there absolutely is fatigue, and the future of work will have to reflect that this is unsustainable, what everybody is doing over the last year. But I do think COVID is perhaps the positive view of it. It could catalyze the shift to more longer term focus and sustained commitment on addressing some of these inequities, because they have just gotten so large. COVID has exacerbated all of the inequalities that were already large and exposed for the size of them. So maybe I'll just, COVID as a catalyst for hopefully more enduring change in some of these big challenges.
The other thing that we talked about, Morgan, just is that it is a lesson as well. All three of you have stories, and I'm sure nearly everyone has stories of changes that we didn't think were possible that happened very quickly. We'll never do it, we'll never do it, we'll never do it, done.
Yeah.
So, it's kind of like, quit your whinging. Come on, we can do this.
So Mark, maybe I offer another perspective. You could also see COVID as a fire drill for the climate emergency that we know is lurking around the corner. I think that's a good thought process to just digest a little bit. And I think it underlines the seriousness by which we should look at the climate emergency. We all feel, and I think Lynn's stories illustrated that in a beautiful way. I mean, we have all been missing the ballet, the entertainment, seeing each other. The pandemic has had huge impact on every single individual. If we don't get in control with the climate emergency, this is just going to be a small fire drill, because that will put so many limitations on our lives that it'll be hard to imagine. So I think there are many interesting learnings from COVID, and maybe it will not repeat itself exactly like we experienced it this time. We hope not, but there will be other things that resemble, I'm afraid, what we have experienced lately. Hope that wasn't too depressing.
Well, no, I don't think so. I think it's rather hopeful. I mean, if we just had a dress rehearsal for a big show, it's gone, better than it might have. I think we could say, in terms of these changes that we've made that we didn't think were possible. So Jenny Chung asked this question: do you think that after the year we've had, people are tired of being nimble, lurching from crisis to crisis, and not knowing if the light at the end of the tunnel that we're seeing is the real thing or an oncoming train, perhaps? So what do any of you think about that one? Are we just change weary so much now that the dress rehearsal will not actually, pay out in terms of the next things that we need to do?
Well, I mean, again, I'm speaking from a particular industry, but we never actually got to do the performance. So we're quite, we're pretty tired of doing the dress rehearsals. I don't think we've got any other option to keep being nimble and keep moving forward. They're just, we don't have that option. I mean, I might be veering left of centre now, but oops, sorry. But I think, and I suppose I'm going on a hopefulness now. I've never seen it, again, I'm speaking about a particular industry, at a time where we've been so connected and we've been so less competitive and we've been so communicative. And I actually don't, for one, think we will go back to how it was before. I think the COVID has really cracked through. Yes, and of course, it has, I'm so sorry, it has exposed, it has exposed the things that were negative about our industry, and it's just been one big tidal wave of things to learn from. But I think we're so far we couldn't return, and that's actually a really hopeful, wonderful
I know I want to just give a little bit of a plug and kind of second some of the things that Francisco said at the beginning. I can't take any credit for this, but the team we have at the business school, the changes that were made this past year, students actually surprisingly liked a lot of the things that were done differently. I think sometimes as faculty, we're probably the chief whingers on these things, but I don't see those things all going away. Many people have been saying this in public discourse. There's going to be a new normal rather than a return to normal. So I think, Jenny, to your question, part of it is we may be change weary, but I don't think there's going to be a lot of appetite to say, let's just go back to how we did things before. And equally, I think now that people see that we can change, I think one of the things leaders will face is, you can't tell us any longer that we can't change, because we know we can. You can only say you don't want to, or it's not important enough. And, so I think that, that becomes a real challenge for us going forward. Let me pick out what might be our last question here from Dr. Beryl Archer, who says, we talk a lot about the crisis happening now. However, there have always been crises. People have always been starving. I myself was hungry as a child. So what is the difference now compared to, say, 50 years ago? Are there differences, in all of this now? Actually, let me just take a moderator's perspective, prerogative, and say, wow, is a lot different. One of the things that's incredibly different is all of the things that we do digitally, the way that we can connect, that we can, the rollout of the vaccine wouldn't have happened without our ability to do things that way. And so, and here comes a kind of a down note that we're going to need to come back up from quickly. What that leads to is the promise of inclusion, but the reality of a bunch of different little echo chambers, which kind of become sometimes dedicated to exclusion. So I think that we have these powerful tools that we have to learn how to use and not get used by them. So one of the questions I asked the panelists, and this will have to be, sort of almost like soundbitey brief to end on, but I asked our panelists to think about, okay, so you're leading in a time of crisis and you're doing the things that you need to do. What's an influence that might have happened kind of early on for you that is a touchstone for you? Because I think it just sort of humanizes the, what is otherwise kind of the high-minded, ness of our conversation, which needs to be there. but equally just to sort of bring it right down and say, look, it was really my dad or my mother or my grandmother or, my third grade teacher, whatever it is, something like that. So let me open it up to all three of you. Morgan, let's start with you. Is there someone who sort of, inspired or gave you an influence that you run with today?
Oh, well, there's too many to mention. And I think, most of your professional development, about 70%, is on the job, right? So if you work for great people, you learn from them. And I've had the privilege to work for truly fantastic leaders, and you model your behavior and pick that up. But I think if we go back older school, I'd say sports. I'm a huge athlete, and actually calmness under pressure, you just, there's no shortage of hard work, right? You get to where you're going based on how hard you train, typically. Some of your innate talent perhaps, but it's really about training and, calmness under pressure. Competitive tennis, it's those points that, you're judged by it, and you either win or lose based on how you perform under pressure. So I think sports is a great training ground for being calm and collected at times of stress and pivotal moments, taking that penalty kick. I played a lot of soccer or football, as they say. So, if you're called to the line for the winning penalty kick, that builds a lot of calmness. So maybe I'll just throw in sports as a kid.
Fab. Lynn, how about you?
Well, I had a lovely conversation with my 92-year-old mother-in-law, who said, darling, in the Second World War, there was something called ENSA, which that was the Entertainment Association. And all the artists got together and went, well, we're in a time of crisis, so what we'll do, so Laurence Olivier will stick the actors in the back of the bus, and Lillian Bailey will stick the ballet dancers in the back of the bus, and we'll drive to the regions and we'll try and, just do what we can. She said, so that kind of spirit, my love, is what you need. And I said, well, it's still very hard to gather people at the moment, Patricia. But every time I sort of checked in with her, she just went, you just got to keep going, and you keep going, and you're going to make a difference. And so she was a great driving force of me just doing what I can, really.
Amazing. Excellent. Lisa, to you.
Well, in '92, I participated in the first UN Earth Summit on Sustainable Development in Rio, which made a huge impression for me. And I think I understood for the first time the state of the world and, the agenda of the UN that I found absolutely fascinating. So a short while after, I had my oldest son. And since sustainable development is all about handing over the planet in a better state to future generations, he has always been, my motivation and driver in everything I do. And I think given me some courage to continue this important journey, even when it has sometimes been difficult. So very simple.
Fantastic. Well, courage to us all. We need that for the times we're in. It's been the thing that's gotten us through the times that we've been in, and here's to more of that. Many thanks to our panelists. I wish we were in a live room, because I would start clapping very loudly now, and it would be fun to do that. But it's been a huge privilege for me to do this with you. So thank you. You're all amazing. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mark, thank you for such wonderful energy and transitions with three wonderful panelists. My personal thanks to Lynn for conjuring up an image of a Wednesday morning in central London with professional comedians in Parliament Square trying to connect with the comedians inside Parliament, but that will be for another time. We're going to have a short break, and then we will be back for the first fireside chat that brings together Sir Andrew Whitty, the Chief Executive Officer of United Health Group, and Neil Ferguson, an epidemiologist and Professor of Mathematics at Imperial. But just a reminder of all of the activity that is taking place for the conference around social media, both the live stream, of course, of this, also then available on YouTube, but through Twitter and LinkedIn. Some of the comments that our panelists made, they talked about the importance of the authenticity of leadership. And Lise was talking about the need to show compassion. So whether it's hashtag Milton Friedman eat humble pie, or even an inspirational comment such as the one from Gandhi about being the change that you want to see. Do please share your perspectives on responsible leadership, whether that is nimble, agile, or simply gritty and determined. We also had, of course, the example of level 5 leadership that was defined in terms of humility, of employee success, of taking responsibility. What are the measures that you would bring to look at responsible leadership in the 21st century? So lots of engagement. Thank you, everyone that is sending in great questions. Our moderators will keep their eye on those and bring them in at the end of each of these sessions. We'll be back at 10:45 UK time for the fireside chat. Thank you.
Hello, is anyone there?
I am. Oh, Neil,
Yes.
is that you?
Welcome back. And of course, how do you hold a digital fireside chat with a sort of hologram technology at Imperial College Business School? I'm sure I'll have a good answer to that. For today's conference, we welcome Sir Andrew Whitty. After 10 years as the CEO of GlaxoSmithKline, Sir Andrew is the CEO of United Health. He took a leave of absence within the group to co-lead the World Health Organization's COVID-19 vaccine program. And he's joined by Neil Ferguson, an epidemiologist and professor of mathematical biology, who is also, among many other responsibilities, the head of the Department of Infectious Diseases at Imperial College. Hosting both of them, and perhaps as a forerunner to the new podcast as part of the Center for Responsible Leadership, Celia Moore, a professor of organizational behavior. Celia, with this new podcast, is welcoming leadership, sharing insights on experience of transforming organizations and societal impact. So today is a great place to start, Celia, and I hand over to you.
Thanks so much, Matt. And I don't have a fireside. I actually thought about trying to get a fireside background, and instead you just get the 15 minutes during the day when the sun's through my window. Makes me look like I'm fluorescent. But it's nice that it's a sunny day. I am delighted to host this fireside chat. I'm going to do as little speaking as possible because I'd really like to foreground our amazing two participants here. And Neil and Andrew, we spoke a couple of weeks ago, and one of the things that came up in that conversation is how your leadership through this crisis has been globally present, but it doesn't mean that people really understand what it is that you do on a daily basis. So let's start there. What have your days been like for the last 12 months?
Andrew, go first.
Well, listen, Celia, thanks so much, and very much appreciate the opportunity to spend a few minutes together today. Well, so, for most of last year, from March through the end of the year, I was on assignment to the World Health Organization, and I, as a special envoy on COVID. And as part of that, I chaired the Act A initiative, which is the Accelerate COVID Tools program. So that focused on diagnostic, vaccine, and therapeutics, and really kind of spanned an effort to bring together both governments and pretty much all, I think, of the major health organization and institutions. So Gates Foundation, Wellcome, FIND, Global Fund, UNICEF, et cetera, et cetera. So tremendous coalition effort. And then within that portfolio of the Act A coalition, led by those various health agencies, you saw things like COVAX being developed, which is the global effort to distribute vaccines. In fact, I think now the world's biggest multilateral effort, 192 countries, I think, are now involved in COVAX. I think only the climate treaty at Paris gets even close. So really remarkable effort there. So what did my day look like? Well, I spent the entire time in this office. So I have literally not left this office since, I think, March 20th last year, and like everybody else in the world. Really interesting period of trying to work with countries and agencies across the world without ever physically meeting anybody. So deep immersion into virtual engagement. How do you build relationships? How do you build trust? How do you challenge norms without having the chance to meet people? So I think that's been a fantastic skill development opportunity for me, as well as plenty of other people. Unbelievably inspiring, despite all of the challenges of the pandemic and all of the grimness of the pandemic. The willingness of people to suspend their previous behaviors in terms of, defensiveness of their organization, their willingness to take risks. So if you look at CEPI, phenomenal organization, only created at the tail end of the Ebola crisis 4 years ago, lent into taking huge financial risk without being asked, because they knew it was the right thing to do. And as a consequence of that, we're able to accelerate some of the vaccine programs. So, from my perspective, that was that was an insight into, on the back of some of the worst days the world has seen, I've seen some of the best reactions. And, I found that to be extremely inspiring. Listen, we all know the response hasn't been perfect. We all know we had to build capabilities in the middle of a crisis that should have been built beforehand. We all know mistakes have been made. But my goodness, a lot of good things have happened and a lot of great collaborative spirit has been developed. And I'm very energized by seeing that continue now as people start to focus on not just how do we close out this situation, but how do we get ready for any future risks. So there's a lot of goodwill to build on. Excellent. Thank you. Neil.
I recognize many of those things. I suppose we started a little bit earlier before the rest of the world realized what was going on back in January of last year. So it's interesting, leadership in an academic sense. I mean, I think it probably is rather akin to what Andrew's been doing in the last year, but not heading a large, say, business organization. My days are spent in a mixture. I tell you today, I have like 2 hours of government calls, an hour of calls with WHO, and then lots of internal calls. My day is spent virtually on calls. But in terms of the activity, that has changed little over time, but it's been really focused on characterizing initially the what sort of level of threat we faced, how transmissible the virus was, how lethal it was, trying to convey that information. And a lot of what I do is about communication, conveying information in a kind of objective, hopefully not alarmist, but sufficiently robust way that people take notice. And that was true right at the beginning. It was also true at, for instance, in December when we had the first signals of the Kent variant coming through, which led to major changes in UK government policy. And then we saw just in the last month or so, major changes in the characteristics of the epidemic in Europe and changes in policy in Europe, many European countries. So in terms of I recognize many of the same things. It's been a very rewarding experience. It's also quite a stressful experience for someone who is not a policymaker and is not a politician to be thrust quite so much into the limelight as really a kind of figurehead of a large team here at Imperial who've been working on this. I think we try always to keep to our remit as being scientists, though, analysing the data. And I would still say about a third of my day is spent doing very technical work. The rest of the time is coordinating the team and trying to head an academic organisation is, not probably calling it herding cats is probably a little bit unfair, but you have to bring people with you without actually anything very much in the sense of absolute power over them, and align interests. I'm
not sure herding cats is unfair. I think that's pretty.
The other thing is just sustainability. We have been at this for a very long time now. In the core team, we still have probably 30 of us working on this. Most people have barely had a holiday since January of last year. And so maintaining morale, you'll be aware, and we'll come on to it, kind of political discourse in the background and the media pressures, maintaining focus and momentum and motivation in that context can be a challenge at times, and is a large part of what I and the senior leadership team here at the Centre and Jameel Institute do. It's made a lot easier by what Andrew referred to, which is the spirit of collaboration, camaraderie within the scientific community generally, and actually within the technical response community in government as well. So we are not alone. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of scientists within the UK and civil servants and policymakers who've been working on this flat out, tens, hundreds of thousands globally.
So one of the things you just mentioned, Neil, is the fact that neither you nor Andrew are politicians, but you have both worked very closely with government over the course of the pandemic. And in doing so, you need to balance your role as outsiders who nevertheless need to exert leadership influence over the individuals who can make the policy decisions that actually can create the safe environment for all of us to work and live in. How do you balance your formal leadership roles with your thought leadership roles?
So I personally, well, different scientists take different perspectives, and I remember early on in the pandemic, some of my colleagues getting, in some sense, very upset that, in some sense, the government was not acting faster, was not adopting policies they felt were necessary. It was stressful, but I've always felt my role is to, in some sense, convey the science and convey the policy options. And so, in some sense, a lot of what we do is say, well, this is the likely trajectory of what an epidemic will look like. And these are a set of counterfactuals, policy options you can pick from. These have these consequences. And it is down to the policymakers to then decide what they want to do, balancing many other factors. And sometimes that is a challenging thing to do, in the sense that policymakers don't always make decisions on the timescale you feel would be optimal. But it does it's kept me sane in some sense. I try to resist going on the media or being in government meetings saying, you have to do this. I'm not an elected official. That's not my role. And if you stick to, what you're really an expert in my case, epidemiology, mathematical modeling, it's much easier to maintain that trust and relationship.
Thank you. What about you, Andrew?
Yeah, no, listen, I'd certainly agree with all of what Neil just described. I think first and foremost, you have to really, and it's true whether you're talking with political decision makers or anybody else really, but really developing a sense of empathy for the situation they're in. It's rare that you meet people who are irrational. People are operating rationally in the framework and the context they find themselves in. What is often complicated is other people don't appreciate that or don't take the time to understand it. So being thoughtful about what is their world, what is their context, what is their pressure set that they're dealing with is really important. Number two, I think pragmatism. So, particularly through a crisis, it's very rare that the fact set that you think you understand on day one survives to day 100, right? So being deeply ideological on key dimensions of a decision framework when you're in such a rapidly moving situation with so many variables, as we've seen in this situation, is not really a winning strategy. So pragmatism is really required. What are the handful of practical decisions you can help inform, or piece of information that you can make available? And then I think being a voice of calm, actually, which again loops back a little bit to empathy. So, at the end of the day, you have a crisis, and a pandemic is, you have really 8 billion people's anxiety being channeled through a relatively small number of people, right, in terms of political representatives. And so being calm among all of that and figuring out what can be done today, what has to wait till tomorrow, what might be controllable, what isn't controllable. I think those elements of advice, and then, as Neil rightly says, up to the policymaker what they choose to take. But if you frame it with that sense of empathy, pragmatism, and calmness, I think you have more chance of essentially adding rather than confusing to the situation.
I agree with that. And I'd add one other thing. One thing I found critical in what I've been doing is in some sense getting the signal from the noise. There's been an enormous amount of information every day passing my desk, my colleagues' desks. And one of the things we do is try to filter that, obviously prioritization in terms of our own activities, to give the most salient information to decision makers as Andrew says, in a calm and rational manner, knowing that they're subject to a whole set of pressures which we may partially understand, but probably don't fully understand.
Well, that actually brings me to understanding of science and fact and quantifiable numbers in the pandemic. One of the things that's been surprising to me, I think, because we get stuck in our own set of expertise, is how difficult it was, I think, to communicate the work that you do, Neil, that these are counterfactuals, that this is what the numbers say, that this is not actually driven by ideology, this is math, right? How have you managed the tension that has occurred with with so many more people in the world not really understanding what an exponential curve looks like, for example, when this is what we need to communicate effectively in order to progress through the pandemic.
Yes, I mean, exponential growth has been a challenge for many people, and particularly even many policymakers, to understand. I think it's just about being understood now in the UK. I think, first of all, I'll start on a positive thing. I think most people and most media outlets have communicated the science very well. People have increased their understanding very well. There have been, on the opposite extreme, clearly examples of people who willfully misunderstood or miscommunicated, as you say, counterfactuals, including going all the way back to March last year and our famous report 9 of what the consequences would be of different policy options, of doing nothing, of just, flattening the curve or suppression measures. But they are a minority. They can be a vocal minority on social media, but they are a minority, and I think they haven't, certainly at that point, they didn't have a major influence on policy. I mean, I think where it became more problematic was last autumn, where not just what we've been doing, but basically all the epidemiologists of repute out there were saying, if you have increasing case numbers, that's going to lead to increasing hospitalizations. We're going to have a second wave. All the models predicted it. And yet across Europe, politicians, policymakers found it very hard to act, in large part because I think back in March, people were very concerned about COVID, but hadn't had any real appreciation at that point of what the economic and social impact of lockdown would be. By September, October last year, people were very well aware of the consequences, and there were lots of disparate voices, all the way from conspiracy theorists to lockdown skeptics, arguing against what was really quite clear science. And of course, the problem with arguing against, having alternative realities like that, is the real reality catches up with you, which is unfortunately what happened across Europe and happened recently in Brazil, is happening now in India. So I don't think there's any simple solution to that. I think scientists just should try to communicate, what they understand at a point in time, and then, as Andrew says, if that understanding changes, communicate how that understanding has changed.
One of the things I'd like to draw on is both of you have raised, I keep writing down words that start with C. So cooperation, coalitions, collaboration, camaraderie. One of the things that I found most heartening in the last year is how quickly, globally, private and public sector organizations have come together to find solutions and deliver solutions to the world. Do you think that this is a shift that will persist? And how can we further it? How can we deepen our desire to work more collaboratively across global boundaries?
Yeah, no, listen, I think, Celia, I do think you're right. That's been one of the really positive hallmarks of the global responses. It hasn't been completely successful in terms of delivering the aspiration or the ambition that a lot of people wanted to see. We're still seeing a very much slower rate of access to technologies in developing countries, low-income countries, than you would ideally have liked to see. Having said that, it's much faster than it's ever been before. So it's relatively good, but not good enough in terms of the ambition. To your specific point, first of all, what you've seen here is quite an interesting example of kind of a global human community. So actually, most of the people who have led or have got involved in the global response, WHO and beyond, they all knew each other from different situations over the last 20 years. So there is a community of individuals who bumped into each other in all sorts of different, so a lot of the people I've been engaged with in the last year or so, I met through the HIV work 20 years ago, 15 years ago. And people have moved around, they're in different situations, but you had some kind of knowledge of each other and some level of trust, I suppose. So that has activated really well. So what that allowed a very rapid coming together of a kind of collaborative network of people, and I think speaks a lot to how do you keep those relationships warm over time, because when you need it, those people can really come together. First off, looking forward, there's a lot of hope, and I think actually there should be a lot of expectation put on the shoulders of the upcoming G7 and G20 cycles. So not just the UK and Italian hosted events, but the next couple. There is a real chance, if we want to take it, if the policymakers want to take it, to start to hardwire a little bit more what has come together as a kind of natural voluntary response, if you will, and I just referred to. So there are real opportunities here to properly define a kind of pandemic rule set or pandemic treaty of how the world should react in these situations, which does not exist, has not existed. There is a real chance to properly establish how the world would ensure better access to technologies on a multilateral basis, recognizing that the disease is global and it's an illusion to protect yourself and not everybody. All of those things we are much more informed on today where our gaps are, and we are much more informed on what you can really do in the heat of the crisis versus what absolutely should have been done beforehand. And there is now a real chance to start for the next era for the policymakers, and it has to be G7, G20 or G20 plus level, really start to push this. And they should rely on the veterans of this pandemic. You know, we've had a lot of people, you know, nationally, internationally, public, private, NGO, third sector. There's tremendous knowledge and understanding to start to lay the grounds of something which could be a much more durable and reliable response for anything that comes in the future. And I mean, the last thing I would say, and I think Neil would agree with this, it would be a really big mistake to assume that any future pandemic would look like COVID. It could look like all sorts of things, and it could be worse, it could be better, but we would need to have, you know, a response capability which envisioned a range of possible scenarios, not just simply COVID-2.
I mean, I largely agree with that. I perhaps am a little less optimistic in some ways. I think the global technical response to COVID has been remarkably international, global, and collaborative. I think the policy response has been a lot more fragmented and nationalistic. And so WHO has not had the influence, arguably, it should have had in the early, well, throughout the pandemic, but certainly in the early stages. I mean, I think there are some things which are going in the right direction. Clearly, the change of administration in the US is going to be probably positive for making progress towards multilateral bodies and multilateral agreements as to how to handle future pandemics. But I do think we need to learn lessons not just on the technical capability side in how to respond to a pandemic, but very much on the international governance side and agreements between countries. Because back in February, March of last year, and really throughout, governments across the world have really been acting as lone voices, making individual policy decisions. You can see that today across Europe. And of course, they have to be reactive to the local epidemiology they're seeing, but there has been very little coordination really between countries in that key policy response. The one exception to that, of course, is Europe and vaccine provision, but that has come into, has been heavily criticised in recent months as well, perhaps unfairly.
Well, one of the things that raises is the idea of how leaders should think about and address their multiple stakeholders, right? So especially if you work across multiple constituencies, right? So you have stakeholders in government and in global health organizations and at the university and in your research labs. Political leaders are going to be more sensitive to the stakeholders who are local than the ones who are outside the populace that can vote them back in. But leaders need to think of stakeholders broadly if we're going to survive the next 30 years, whether that's pandemic related or climate related, right? How can we encourage people to develop the courage it takes to really try and address the needs of a wider set of stakeholders, even beyond those who can immediately affect their next election, next promotion?
It's a difficult question. I'm tempted to let Andrew answer first. So, yes, of course, working within a university community. I mean, we, for instance, had a large government grant to run the centre I run. So in some sense, it was part of our responsibility. As Andrew said, within the technical science community, both nationally and globally, most people knew each other to start with. There were those relationships across multiple classes of stakeholders, harder to build from scratch. I think one thing, and there have been criticisms, and it's a slight change of topic, but I think it relates to that, is that, I mean, this pandemic has highlighted the need to do more about, frankly, diversity of the scientific community and diversity within the global health community of who is being represented at tables. I think we've been relatively successful in the UK of bringing the population with us, because we do have a relatively diverse, but not perfectly diverse, base of scientists who are communicating to the public and to policymakers. But it is notable, for instance, I don't like using the BAME phrase because it's too broad, but within certain ethnic groups in the UK, for instance, vaccine uptake is much lower than in other communities. And they tend to also be the communities which are underrepresented within the scientific research community, as well as within government, the more marginalised communities. And I think at a global scale, that is equally true. I mean, whilst the global north provides most of the funding for technological development, for aid, going to the global south. I mean, there is, and I have some question marks around this phrase, but there is that phrase, what is it? Not about us without us, which is the idea that if you want to bring along a community, a population, to buy into policies which will affect them, they need to be involved at quite an early stage and be represented at the table in determining those policies. I mean, WHO has done quite a lot in that regard, but I think much more can be done. So I think diverse, whether it's a kind of research community, but diverse communities tend to engage better with a broad range of stakeholders than less diverse communities.
I would certainly agree with that. I mean, but I also, in response to the, a slightly alternative angle of response to the question, I think ultimately policymakers make decisions on behalf of their local community or their local electorate and not on behalf of the multilateral group where they're forced to do so. So the reality is, if there are hardly any vaccines in the world, what are you going to do? You are going to try and get the vaccines you can get for your people. Of course, you're going to do that. So the core, and that's true, whether it's vaccine, diagnostic swabs, PPE. The reality is, of all of the things which we get frustrated about, where politicians have made non-multilateral decisions, they've been forced into making that decision because the solution space they're operating in is too small. It's just too small. And that's really what has to be addressed now. Otherwise, we're just going to continually keep crashing in the same car. If there's never enough of a commodity, there will always be a scramble for the commodity. And it doesn't really matter whether you're talking about a government or a village or a family. I mean, the same base reaction occurs at any level of the system. So what we have to be focused on is, how do we expand the solution space? How do we create, whether that's permanent? So is there a case for a much bigger degree of vaccination capacity in the world on a regular basis, which then underpins pandemic response? or on a flexible basis. So should we be spending $1 billion to develop new technologies which can, where we can have pop-up factories in a weekend? I don't know. But, you could respond to this in a number of different ways. That for me is how you fundamentally get at this. Now, you can't solve all the world's problems, obviously, but we know that the pandemic scenario is a particularly extreme negative globally. And it's a particularly concentrated set of technologies which could defend you against it. Now, I don't mean by that we know which drug or which vaccine, but you pretty much know that you're going to need some point of care diagnostics, you're going to need some vaccine probably, and you're going to need some drugs probably. That's a relatively tight technology set to scale and to create flexible technologies to relieve the tensions that we're putting on politicians who are bound to make the decision they make when they're put in that situation. And I would argue any one of us would make the same decisions if we were in that situation. So the question is, how do you really flex the solution space? And that's what has to happen in peacetime, because by the time the war starts with the pandemic, you have no flexibility.
Well, that raises another issue, which is long-term versus short-term planning, right? One of the things that the pandemic exposed is how much in the last 15 years or a decade, public health spending decreased, pandemic planning shrank. A lot of things were closed that shouldn't have been closed. And when I hear you talk, Andrew, I really appreciate the way that you frame the issues in terms of very long time horizons. And humans are bad at doing that. Humans are really bad at doing that. We're just not wired that way. What advice do you give leaders to be able to think more long-term and be willing to commit to what that requires? Which again is really hard when you're short-term, when your stakeholders are asking you to do local short-term things.
So it would be interesting to get Neil's view in a minute, but just really, really super quickly. I mean, I'm not sure I completely subscribe to that characterization of the system, actually. So, biopharm or healthcare research is a multi-decade endeavor and is very largely a public-private partnership at multiple levels. I mean, huge government engagement as well as private sector over decades. The vaccines, which, what's the phrase? The Oxford vaccine is the overnight miracle that took 15 years to develop. I mean, but that's the reality. And the same is true of BioNTech. The same is true of Moderna. These are very long-term technologies which happen to be ready just when we needed them. All credit to the teams involved in that. So if you look at what has been attempted over the last several years, post bird flu, post Ebola, CEPI was created. A whole series of platforms were beginning to be developed. Now, were they enough? No. Could we do a lot more? Yes. Could you persuade government to invest at the rate of billions over a decade to avoid another multi-trillion negative? I think you can win that argument. And that is I think that is absolutely in play for a sensible discussion going forward. And I actually think, honestly, there's going to be at least two giant conversations here, Celia. One is rich countries figuring out how to prevent this ever happening again because they don't want to be damaged so badly. The other is going to be all the countries who feel like they have been left behind during this and they want a reset of the rules. And so I think there'll be two very, very significant pressure drivers which will focus on the kind of longer term investment cycle. And when you contrast the dollars required versus the risk, it's a relatively trivial decision.
I mean, I largely agree with that. I think actually the world would have been in a much worse place were it not for the investment in the last 2 decades. I mean, paradoxically, the UK and US have been often criticized for their response to this pandemic, but they have actually since bird flu, since SARS, 2003, 2004, pandemic planning has been a high priority in both of those countries and many other high-income countries. And for instance, the creation of BARDA in the United States, which was intended to accelerate vaccine development, particularly against kind of disease X, unknown pathogens, and then following Ebola, CEPI in an international context has had a major impact on the speed of vaccine development. I didn't have much time for the Trump administration, but they did invest a lot into accelerating vaccine production last year, quite successfully, as did the UK. So, and that was built on, I mean, years, decades of previous work. Yes, not everything was got right, but I think just the fact that, you know, a lethal flu pandemic, a respiratory virus pandemic has been top of the UK government risk register really since about 2003 is indicative that to some degree, quite a few governments have considered this as an existential risk for a long time and have invested money in it. Perhaps not enough, but I hope this is now an opportunity to sustain that. I'm not actually worried about the 10-year time frame. I think there will be plenty of investment into the relevant kind of platform technologies we need in terms of rapid point-of-care diagnostics, scaling up vaccine manufacturing. But we're probably unlikely to have another pandemic, and I bloody hope not anyhow, another pandemic in the next 10 years. It's what happens in 30 years or 40 years time, and can we, in some sense, embed that sort of long-termism into government investment decisions going forward. Some of the same issues are raised, of course, by the climate crisis and climate change in terms of long-term versus short-term priorities.
So we have many sort of senior executives in this audience, and we'll be listening to the videos that get created from this. And I know that one of the questions that they all have, including the MBA and exec MBA students I teach, is what concrete advice can you give from your positions of experience and authority about what people can do to change their leadership practice to act in ways that are consistent with the future that you want to see? What can people do themselves from whatever role they hold in their organizations?
Go on, Andrew.
That's one of those very tricky questions. So first of all, I think, how do you keep informed and competent on the content? So it's very easy to skim across the surface of super complex issues and miss what really is going on under the terrain. And actually, that's true in technology, but it's also true in things like societal attitudes and behaviors. So it's very easy to cling on to one diagnostic point of a society's attitude, but in fact, there are much more important things going on under the surface. And so really figuring out how to keep yourself and your organization ears open, eyes open, listening, really feeling the evolution, or whether it be technology or behaviors or attitudes, whatever it is, all of this, it becomes, you can very easily make a very big mistake by just not being tuned to those things. And I don't mean that just as an individual, but as an organization and as a decision-making set. So I'd say that is really important. I think as well that, you know, the old adage of worry about the things you can control is really critical in these sorts of situations. You know, the pandemic is this all-encompassing 24/7, 365 days a year thing. You can never be free from it. It affects your life. It's dominating your work day, your content, and all the rest of it. So I think actually getting control of your own mind and your ability to segment and focus on the things where you can, where you have an ability to make something happen today, knowing that tomorrow it will be a different set and all the rest of it. I think actually personal discipline is really critical. The bigger and the more all-encompassing the topic is, the more critical that becomes.
Thank you. That's excellent.
I mean, I would largely agree with that, but I would also go back in terms of influencing an organization and the leadership of that organization towards a specific goal. I would go back to something Andrew said earlier, which is just being very aware that within a diverse organization, people have different drivers, different pressures, and understanding those drivers and pressures and trying to align interests and goals. is critical. Certainly it's critical in what I do. And sometimes that requires, focusing an organization on a particular goal and recruiting to some extent like-minded people, but more often it's trying to get the best of a diverse team towards that particular objective. So I think, from any point in your organization, the people you're working with, you need to understand what their motivations and goals are, and try to make what the larger, broader picture, your aims, align with those to the extent possible. Certainly it's what I try to do. Maybe easier in certain sorts of organizations than others.
Or on certain types of issues than others. One last question. What do you feel like is the biggest lesson you've learned personally from the last year?
I think, there are many lessons. I think probably just how fast something can escalate. I well understood exponential growth, but I was more meaning in the societal sense, from going from being something people would read in the third page of the newspaper, as it were, to being headline news around the world. And then, yes, how political science can get in a crisis of this size, and how and the pressures that puts upon the scientific community and individual scientists. It has been I wasn't unaware of it before, but the scale of this crisis, of course, is beyond anything any of us have dealt with. And the level of pressure is on not just the scientists, but the policymakers you're dealing with, on everybody, is so high that you need to get a very thick skin and be able to cope with a huge amount of stress. Something which is something, most of the time I feel personally I've done okay at, but not always. I think the last thing is also people make mistakes, everybody makes mistakes, and being willing to admit you've made mistakes and not defending positions which are not defensible is also important.
Those are all really hard lessons for all of us to learn. We're all learning so much this year, and we'll understand more with hindsight. But Andrew, what has it been for you?
Well, first of all, a lot of things. If I had to pick a couple out, I would probably say, actually just the humanity of just the way in which, experts, leaders, people how those people have really leaned into this in a human way, how so many people, and I would say that applies within a decision-making environment. You've seen it in hospitals, you've seen it in the front lines, just the way humanity has really been expressed by so many people. And I said at the beginning, people suspended a lot of their previous kind of rule sets of how they would have predictably behaved. Not all, but a lot. That has been really, I found that personally very, very inspiring. And people have just come into this, they've checked their egos at the door in large part, and been focused on a solution. So that very much sort of individual humanistic type point. The other, which I think is unbelievably, but I cannot believe how resilient the global innovation system has been. The very fact that we're having this conversation on Zoom and that we're all used to it, and essentially we didn't miss a beat a year ago, the fact that the world's broadband capacities can allow that, the fact that my company, which I now am back at, has 335,000 people who we could send home in a 24-hour period and actually see productivity rise, is unbelievable. And so the resilience of our innovation capabilities and capacities, which then implicate all sorts of organizations which we don't think about as frontline pandemic response, has been incredible. So that I think I come away from that feeling really, it feels like a lot of reassurance of good in terms of, how do we build on that, right? How do we take spirit from that, and how do we start to take advantage of some of those individual instincts and then some of that systemic strength and resilience, which we clearly have, and I think we underestimate it, and I think there are lots and lots of examples of it, and we should be looking to leverage that now.
Thank you so much. I was so thrilled to be able to host this fireside chat with no fire and no fireside, and was so thrilled that both of you came. I am impressed by your deep expertise and your commitment to making the world a better place. And your optimism and deep belief in humanity. I'm reminded of a book by Rebecca Solnit, who wrote a book about how communities come together after crisis, writing about several different historical crises. It's been really relevant. And humanity does come together, right? It's what allowed us to survive. It's what supported evolution. So thank you both for your expertise and your efforts to help make this world a better place.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Celia, I think if the last 45 minutes were any indication of the sort of insight and candor that you're able to capture in the new podcast on responsible leadership, Netflix can't hold a candle to this. It was to both Andrew, to Neil, a great discussion. Earlier this morning, we heard from the chairman of Tesco the efforts that they made as they moved from around 700 million online orders to 1.5 million overnight. Sir Andrew was speaking about this pace of change. It seems to have happened overnight, but maybe it was 15 years in the planning. So where do we stand in terms of that digital transformation? Well, that's the theme of our next panel, Leading Responsibly in a Digitally Transformed Organization. And to bring real color and a sense of context to that, we'll welcome Naveed Sultan, who is the chairman of Citi's Institutional Client Group, who develops new digital policy and recommendations on how governments can digitize their own economies. He's joined by Philippe Sassé, who is VP of Global Treasury Operations at Unilever, which of course the size and scale of Unilever sees him overseeing banking infrastructure in over 100 countries. Naina Bhattacharya is the Global Chief Information Security Officer at Danone. Her focus on making cybersecurity a crucial part of digital transformation, and also that we have gender balance. She's been award-winning for her work on gender balance in the industry. And Catherine O'Neill, who is the Managing Director for Europe CMEA for Media and Entertainment Engagement at Citi. Her work includes reports on data privacy and the intersection that has with technology and artificial intelligence. So great panelists, and of course to host them, Nelson Phillips, who is both, as you know, the co-director of the Center for Responsible Leadership and the chair in innovation at strategy at Imperial. Enjoy, Nelson.
Thank you very much, Matt. It's a pleasure to be here and to be with such a great panel. It's hard act to follow. The two previous speakers and the previous panel. It's all been really, really interesting and set a very high bar, but we'll do our best. The topic of our panel, Leading Responsibly in Digitally Transformed Organizations. So we're going to be moving the focus a bit towards the impact of technology and the changes that creates and the challenges that creates for leaders. We're also, of course, going to be talking about responsible leadership. So we're going to try to mix those things up a bit and have a conversation that continues what's been talked about so far, but goes in a bit of a new direction. Please do continue to post questions in the Q&A. I'll be watching that, and I'll try to ask a few of the questions as I can, or at the end we'll try to cover a few of those questions. To get started, I wanted to ask Naveed a question, and it's something he and I have been talking about for a couple of years as part of our broader discussion of responsible leadership. And I'd really like to hear what your thoughts, Naveed, on how do we measure the impact of being more responsible leaders? How do we measure progress as well as just what's the impact on organizations of this kind of more responsible idea of leadership? It'd be great if you could share your thoughts on that.
Thank you, Nelson. And it's a pleasure to be here amongst the company of such esteemed colleagues. Let me try and frame it to give a bit of context. As we know, our world is evolving and changing very rapidly. Our economies, societies, and businesses are in a transition, and it's really driven by a wide range of issues. You can look at economic and productivity growth, socioeconomic, geopolitical, demographics. In the earlier conversation, a lot of comments around pandemics, climate change, low level of confidence in the government and businesses. And of course, what we know, the making of the fourth industrial revolution, which is really driving the digital transformation. So if you look at in that context, it is very clear the leadership also need to evolve and transform itself to reflect the realities of the environment and expectations and values of its stakeholders, be it employees, customers, communities, and investors. In my observation, and I think it's also borne by several credible surveys over the years, that we are seeing a fairly consistent divergence between what is needed in terms of leadership and what is being served. And this mismatch is becoming even more pronounced in an increasingly digital world. The point around digital transformation as a notion, as a business strategy, or as an ideology, or a business imperative is already one. So recently, MIT Sloan School of Management, they did a survey where 93% of workers across industries and geographies affirm that being digitally savvy and digital transformation is critical for their and their company's success. But in the same survey, 82% agree that digitally savvy leaders are necessary for the future success of their business in an increasingly digital economy. However, less than 10% agree that their organization have leaders that with the right skills to thrive in the digital economy. So in my view, I think the successful leaders in a digital context, and you can even, by the way, broaden the context in the environment we operate in, obviously, digital and the technologies, rapid evolution of technologies remain a very prominent element of that. The leaders really need to focus on purpose, engagement, fairness, and inclusiveness, in addition to, of course, boosting the business capabilities, which is your digital tools, techniques, technologies, data-driven agility, and productivity. Now, as the businesses, as I mentioned earlier, as the businesses are evolving rapidly, leaders need to transform themselves too. And in my view, we as leaders need to escape the traditional and legacy modes of thought and experience and get into a mindset where we are continuously unlearning the practices which have been outdated, are not relevant anymore, and learning and relearning, which is a continuous dynamic which has to play with the leaders, because in a digital world, a digital world is going to materially alter how leaders exert power, influence, and control and drive their commercial objectives. So in my view, there are 3-4 very important elements which needs to be manifested by the leaders. And of course, then the question of how you actually measure it. One of the most important things which I think stands the test of time and which is really enduring is a value system which is deeply rooted in the moral conscience, which is integrity, transparency, inclusiveness, and empathy. A leader is, in my humble view, is a reflection of the moral conscience of that organization. And those value systems, irrespective what phase of development you may be, have to be the foundation of a leader. In other words, what I'm saying is in simple terms, and I think Andrew Whitty made a point, and Celia, that humans and humanity should be the context in which the business leaders or other leaders need to operate. So that's one. That's the foundation. Then on that, you have digital savviness with a transformative vision and a forward-looking perspective, because things evolve very rapidly. And while the history can inform some of the next steps, but I think the balance has to shift to take a more forward-looking approach rather than keep dwelling upon the past. The third point I would make is communication in a digital context to create cohesion amongst geographically dispersed stakeholders. Andrew Whitty was talking about 300,000 plus employees working remotely within a few days, and still the productivity going up. That's exactly the point. And the articulation of the value for change and digital transformation. And finally, just to conclude, I would like to say that how will we measure the success, right, over a period of time? So naturally, there are ways of looking at the organizational performance through various lenses. And we can define the lenses based on industry, based on the organization and the business. But one important element is continuous innovation. And I know this is a concept which has been in the academic and business world for a long time. But continuous innovation and a speed of light is really the hallmark of a organization which is digitally agile. Sustainability and trust is very critical. And I know about trust, cybersecurity, and the other things will come, which is a component of creating the trust. But those two are very important. And finally, responding to economic, societal, and other stakeholders' goals in a balanced manner. So if responsible leadership plays out effectively along the dimensions which I suggested, it will balance the economic, societal, business, and other stakeholders' goal in a balanced manner so that we create an outcome for every stakeholders who's relevant for that particular business or in the economy or in the society. So I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Naveed. That's really great start. And we already have questions popping up from the things that you've said. So it obviously struck a chord with the audience. I actually want to jump to Catherine now and ask her, given where she works in Citi and the way she's, the kinds of things she's concerned with with the media and internet team at Citi, focus in on one part of what Naveed talked about, and that's what does responsible leadership mean when you're thinking of data. Data is now one of the most important assets that many companies own. We hear lots of people, lots of companies saying they have a gold, sitting on a gold mine, blah, blah, blah. But what does it mean to lead responsibly around data? Catherine?
Yeah, great. Thank you. And thank you very much for inviting me on the panel as well. So yeah, like you say, data is probably one of the most valuable assets that companies will have in the future going forward. So I think one of the sort of starting points really is about the quality of that data. That's really going to be essential. And I think it's incumbent upon companies to make sure data is good quality, because that's really going to be key to decision making. And then how data is used by companies will obviously be crucial to their future position, but that of crucial for society. So data can be an enabler for good, and clearly we've seen this with the pandemic, but it can also, used in nefarious ways, can lead to unintended consequences. The other factor is regulation clearly always lags, and it's a really fast-moving space, and it's really, really quite complex. I mean, we've had GDPR, come in, which is probably 20 plus years after the internet started. And I've heard many talk about the internet being a bit of a wild west. And you have to ask if it's kind of a bit too late to put the genie back in the bottle. I mean, we have an internet that has been effectively created on the basis of it being free in exchange for data. So it's typically not transparent. You typically might not have a particular, a balanced value exchange, but that's what we have now. And the regulators are trying to sort of catch up with that. And I think as direct to consumer, especially with some brands and entities that perhaps haven't had that direct consumer relationship before, as that increases, and again, the pandemic has obviously accelerated that, that will give rise to more first party data, more consumer driven data. And I think really, companies have to really sort of be responsible around using data in a very transparent way, a way that consumers are going to be comfortable with that. Because Naveed's point, sort of trust in brands is really going to be essential going forward. And I think one of the things we drew out in a recent report we did around data privacy was actually around AI ethics. I think it's a really fascinating area. And as the use of data becomes more sophisticated, it's an area I guess corporates should and will be thinking about. So how to harness the power of data while also considering the ethical criteria without it being an impediment to innovation. And I think that there is obviously a danger that AI in various ways could evolve without enough consideration for ethical implications. It can create wider societal divides and inequalities. And creating value and profit's not always going to go hand in hand with that. And the other point I would make, actually, because I do sort of look at equities and speak to a lot of investors, sort of taking a step back and having looked at data privacy over the last 12 years, and I've been quite fascinated by the evolution of how data is used, but the regulation around it. I think it's quite interesting looking through an investor lens, because ESG is huge, as in it's, every investor is obsessed with this at the moment, but it's really focused on very tangible, measurable factors. So the obsession is around carbon emissions, climate related factors, things that really can be measured. And so when I think about the different sectors, there's a lot of focus on sectors where those factors are very relevant, and almost a bit less focus on the sort of platform type sectors. They're almost seen as ESG friendly, or certainly ES friendly. And I think actually data and AI ethics are not necessarily top of mind when people are thinking about these screens, because it doesn't directly feature in the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And actually the frameworks right now are still quite basic in terms of how ESG is measured. So I think investors are getting their arms around the E and the G, less so the S. And I think that will probably change as the frameworks used to monitor and measure these become more sophisticated. And I think that's, data privacy, AI ethics and things like that will have to come to the fore as that really starts to underpin how companies operate going forward.
Right. I'm just wondering if any of the other panel members wanted to comment on what Catherine's been talking about in terms of data use, data responsibility, maybe AI, before we move on to some other questions I have, because I think this is a big topic in technology, and beginning to be a big topic in leadership. What is the leader's responsibility around these technologies? So I don't know, Philip or Naina or Naveed, if you have any comments on that, either big data, the data analytics, or the AI stuff. Be happy for you to jump in.
Thanks, Nelson. Maybe a reflection on, Catherine, what you just said. Yes, we have much more data than we used to have, and the question is, how can we use the data responsibly, which you kind of spoke to. But then obviously the data is also enabling us to unlock solutions. If I take the ESG discussion, we at Unilever, we were looking at digitizing our route to market. We're selling soup and washing powder and ice cream, as you can see in my background, to sorry, I couldn't resist that given the sunshine in London.
I'm very
Maybe
jealous of your
some
background.
of you.
That's a great background.
Apologies, I'm distracting. So you can unlock ESG solutions. So in this digitized route to market, we will have data about our small retailers that formerly we didn't have a direct relationship with. And now that you have the data, can you unlock inclusive finance solutions? Because availability of liquidity is often a constraint for kind of the small mom and pop shops on a remote island in Indonesia, for example. So I think there's a real role that data can play, and I'm mentioning this also because we are actively working with Citi currently on some of those topics, and they can drive real tangible impact. So yes, I think I had the governance aspects in my mind as well, but more importantly, the data can really be deployed for new solutions. And then maybe just one final comment before I pass the microphone back, Nelson, is what Naveed inspired in his initial reflection about the foundation of the values. One of the core values at Unilever is also pioneering. So in addition to those you mentioned, pioneering plays a big part. For business to survive for more than 100 years, you need to constantly reinvent and then thrive on trends. And digital technology is one of those trends. So how do we embrace that? And I think that pioneering spirit is very important, because it means we give people our license to go try new things, but we also give them the safety to fail and not to get killed in the process, or damaged, shall I say. Because without the ability to fail and learn, then how are you going to pioneer and progress? That they come hand in hand. So maybe I'll just stop here. Thanks, Nelson.
Very interesting, Philip. Oh, Naveed, do you want to jump in? Yep.
Yeah, unless Naina wants to go first, I have a quick remark after Naina has.
Thank you. So I just wanted to make a very small observation as well. But data is fantastic. We want more and more data. We want to do very clever things with data. But I think there's a little bit of difficulty in many organizations in understanding the value of that data. The more you begin to correlate data, the more insights you have, the more valuable that data becomes. And so this basic stuff around, how do we classify that data becomes a very big data governance question. And once we have done that, how do we start protecting that data? So very clever things being done, but very big questions on data governance around that. And Naveed, back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Nana. Just a quick one, further to what Catherine and Philip said, and Nana. I think Catherine made a very good point, which I want to emphasize, that the innovation and the data generation generally moves faster than the policy development or the regulation development. And therefore, regulation from the outset cannot possibly contemplate all scenarios. And therefore, my earlier point that whatever the rules may be, you also need to apply your ethical principles, which is transparency, fairness, and respect, because it does affect your stakeholders and people's lives. Because if you go purely by the rules, which may be lagging, and tick the box, then essentially you're creating a culture which is what I would call tick the box compliance culture. And that can lead to consequences which are not very healthy, either for the organization, and that's the point of trust which is being made earlier on, as well as it does not create the right even economic outcome for that company. So regulation, plus you have to apply your principles of ethics around it.
Yeah, I think that's a very interesting point, Naveed, and builds a lot on the previous points. The question of how leaders implement the values and basic beliefs of the organization when these new technologies are changing how things work, how things happen, and creating new opportunities, but new challenges. I'm going to ask Philip a question. So in your role as VP of Treasury at Unilever, you have a really broad view of the organization and what's happening. And one of the things that digital transformation is doing generally, so not a specific technology like big data or AI, but the general impact is it's really changing how we work. It's changing the nature of roles. It's changing the way we communicate. We were just talking in previous panels, there's comments about everyone working from home. We're all at home or somewhere, not in our offices, most of us at least. I keep worrying about my cat wandering in here at any moment and interrupting the panel. My question for you is, from that perspective and building on the other comments, what kinds of new problems have you seen arise, new things that you've had to deal with, and new problems that you maybe don't yet know the solution to, that have this introduction and this rapid acceleration of digital transformation recently. What would you point to as the things you're thinking about, the things maybe some of them you solved and some of them you're still working on?
Thanks, Nelson. I think as a preamble, I think it's fair to say that kind of technology is a huge enabler, and it's a source of necessary efficiency gains. In particular in the fast-moving consumer goods, things change every day. People can decide to buy or not buy your product every day. Your competitors do things every day. That it's very kind of transactional and frequent, and kind of if you lose touch with what the consumer wants, kind of you lose a lot very quickly. So I guess the question, and then obviously we've also moved to work from home for over a year now. So I'm leading kind of a small centralized treasury team that sorts out the financial flows across Unilever, and then does the daily transactions in the dealing room, the FX hedging. Our team is issuing bonds, replacing deposits. I'm just describing a little bit in terms of the context against which I'm kind of trying to answer or attack this question. And we've been able to do all these things, right? So I guess there is no new problem in a sense that we've been able to operate. Surprise, surprise. Some people would have thought it's impossible, but it is possible. We've closed the books, we've closed the quarter. We're doing all these things, so it is possible, and that's quite positive and encouraging. But I guess what new problems do we see emerge? And I think the biggest problem, and I think it resonates with the leadership angle and the responsible leadership angle, is how do we allow our people to come along on this journey? How do we, and I think Naveed touched on that, how do we equip our teams with the skills that are necessary to thrive, and not to see new processes, new technology as a threat? As some of you might have seen, there's this book, The New Long Life, by Andrew Scott and Linda Grattan, and there's an example of this truck driver in the US who may get disrupted at some point because of autonomous truck deliveries in the US. So, and obviously that's a cause for worry. People can be worried that the daily trading job that my treasury trader in the dealing room might be at risk of getting automated. So the question is more, how can I use that resource on value add activities? And then to give you an example, so we have been using automation and systems, and especially we're doing kind of hundreds, thousands of transactions. So it's an obvious place to say, what is the repetitive, routine, low value stuff where actually the machine is more efficient? And then how do you redeploy that resource? And then we're currently working on a project where we're looking to improve our cash forecasting. You can imagine we're dealing with 190 countries. And with the volatility that the last year has brought, there are lots of pluses and minuses, that there's different local contexts. The situation in the US is different to China, to India, to Germany. You choose your country, and we're pretty much everywhere. So we're trying to redeploy resource in areas that can drive innovation and value for the business. If we're getting more accurate in cash forecasting, then we save net finance cost for the business, and the business can use that as a fuel to launch a new Magnum variant and then put an advertising campaign behind it, so consumers will want to buy it. This is the role that finance plays, finding the fuel, and then technology often is a source of fuel. But we have to make sure we take our people along, and we prepare them and equip them. And there's a long, when I look at Unilever Finance, I'm kind of 23 years in Unilever Finance. It's been quite a journey, but there are certain themes. So the learning theme has always been there. We have an annual learning week where the whole finance community globally gathers around different themes. We have an annually recurring kind of accounting and controls Olympiad to drive up the expertise in some of this more kind of technical, some call it boring, finance area, but it's absolutely necessary. The basics need to be right. If you have a control failure, or you get your accounting wrong, then this can have huge implications and then value destruction. So it's very important to get that right. We've obviously used the fact that everybody sits at home to create the flexibility of learning bite size when people want to. So there's a whole raft of kind of degree pathways. 2 years ago, our CFO mandated a kind of digital skills upskilling for the whole finance function. So all of us, we had to complete 5 modules, total hours, 120 hours spent of learning with a true certification test. So I actually had to take notes and go back to university to pass this test, believe it or not. And you know, the beauty of technology is people can track what you do, right? So they know, has Philip passed his digital basic skills training, and does he know about e-route to market and how to use AI in the business and what lean innovation is and all of those things. So it's I think that's probably my main theme. And maybe if I may, one other angle I wanted to touch on is that of kind of the technology ecosystem that is obviously evolving fast. You know, Naveed, you mentioned fintechs. You know, we work with some fintechs where we're deploying technology. You know, when I think about you know, the interesting things of daily bank account statement reconciliations, you know, things like that. You know, there's a whole ecosystem of systems and tools out there and interfaces that we're creating. And that ecosystem has to be alive. It has to be resilient. It has to be updated constantly. There are new things emerging that can add value, that get integrated into that ecosystem. So you have to look after that kind of technology ecosystem and get that right and be flexible and innovative, whilst at the same time not dropping the ball on resilience, data privacy, data breaches, et cetera, So those were probably my themes. And let me just finish on one sentence here, because we've also done a lot of robotic process automation and using APIs to connect different systems and sources of information. You know, one learning is that technology cannot fix the broken process. You know, and when you're in a complex organization like ours, there is always a process that you can improve, for sure. And therefore, technology is not the answer for everything. So you just have to be, and we've made that learning ourselves, that, you know, you need to fix something that's broken first, and then you can think about deploying technology to facilitate, make more efficient, et cetera, et cetera.
Right, very interesting. Does any of the other panelists have any comments on this before we move on to the question I have for Nina?
I just very quick on, you know, I agree with everything Philip said, and he put it very well. Just a couple of things which really resonate. I think if you try and impose new technologies on how you do business today, that was Philip's point, you'll find typically they are incompatible, and over a period of time, that marriage, so to speak, is not sustainable. So you fundamentally have to rethink how you do your processes, particularly if they're broken, and then you put technology on it to magnify the positive outcome. The second quick point is that if you really have to transform the business and make it mainstream, you have to find a mechanism, what we call innovation or a digital ecosystem within Citi, where everyone, doesn't matter what kind of a responsibility they have, can draw upon it or actually engage in it. If you just make it a peripheral or a siloed activity, it becomes marginalized over a period of time anyway. You don't start from there, but over a period of time, you've got to build an ecosystem innovation which is credible and where everyone has the opportunity to engage.
Okay, I think because I have another couple of questions I want to ask from the Q&A, I'm going to move on to Nina's question now, and then we'll loop around because there's been some questions for each of your things. But I think Nina's question is one that I find particularly interesting, because of, you know, Nina, your role as Global Chief Information Security Officer, you have a particular kind of overview of this problem of cybersecurity, and we talked about that before today to discuss a little bit about what you've been doing. It's really interesting kind of stuff. So the question I guess I'd like to ask you is, you know, the digital transformation of industries creates a lot of risks, and one of the major ones is cybersecurity. What does it mean to really lead in the area of cybersecurity, to lead responsibly, to what the company needs to do, and how well are companies doing generally, and comments on your company and where you guys are in terms of dealing with this cybersecurity issue?
Sure. So the World Economic Forum is predicting that the next pandemic could be a cybersecurity one. And, you know, is it true? We're beginning to see the starting point of that. So a lot of us depend on some of the technology companies, you know, household names. So you will know which ones they are. And almost all of us buy software from some of these companies. So what the hackers are starting to do is, instead of targeting specific companies, they are targeting those players in the value chain. So if you can attack one of those companies, you then have access to a lot of their customers. So that's kind of what we're seeing. So it has become a daily activity to look at what's going on out there, and then to follow the news cycle almost. And the cybersecurity topic has almost been seen as an IT topic. So something that happens in the IT department somewhere. The budgets tend to be very, very small as well. But that needs to start changing. So we've been talking about, Naveed said that 82% respondents in an MIT survey said that, you know, digital leaders need to be now savvy about digital. And one of the tools in your arsenal is cybersecurity. And if you want to be a leader for the next few years, you really need to start thinking about, what does cybersecurity really mean? And what is your risk appetite? So those are two very important questions. And you should start asking the really important questions. For example, Philip, you actually basically run a small bank within a consumer goods company. So your risk profile is very different from someone who's in sales and marketing. So you really need to understand what it is and how much security would you really like. There's a very good toolkit from the National Cybersecurity Center. So it explains what are the things you should know at the board level, at the C level, what are the questions that you should be asking. And I think another very important point is being ready to respond. So, you know, it was a question of, is this going to happen? 10 years ago, when we were talking to different companies, maybe the banks took us a little bit seriously. Everyone else said, this is rumor mongering. None of this is ever going to happen. Those days are now gone. So we need to start thinking about the when rather than the if. So however many things you do, there will always be a gap somewhere where someone can still get in through. So how would you respond in that situation? What would be your strategy if there was ransomware? How would you pay? Who would pay? Who would negotiate? Who would communicate to the business and to all your stakeholders? So those are the kinds of things that leaders really need to start focusing on from a cyber perspective. I just want to also add to Philip's point earlier about automation and, you know, people being worried that automation will cause job losses. The situation is very different in cybersecurity. We have such a skill shortage that we are asking for more automation. Like, can you please automate this stuff so we can get on with the more high value work that we have.
Okay, fantastic. So cybersecurity and this new risk needs to be part of the conversation at the highest levels, from what you're saying. That's really interesting sort of challenge for leaders. I mean, would any of the rest of you, one of you want to respond in sort of what you're thinking and what's happening in your companies?
I mean, I can.
Yeah, go ahead, Catherine.
In the context of having spent a lot of time looking at kind of data privacy and the regulation around it, it's quite interesting because I sort of see them with cybersecurity almost as two sides of the same coin. I mean, they're very, very interlinked. And I think, you know, some of the regulation in the privacy area and cybersecurity area has really led to these being kind of boardroom conversations, which is great. But one of the things that sort of has come through as we've done quite a lot of interviews with chief privacy officers, etc., has been around actually just companies knowing where their data is. So really, what to me sounded like a really simple task, actually is really, really challenging just around data mapping. Like, do you actually know where all your data sits? Now, if you're a huge entity across several markets, and you might have actually be the consequence of several acquisitions, lots of different systems, it's actually really, really complex. And I don't think I'd appreciated that until speaking to quite a lot of privacy officers. Actually, that's one of the really big challenges, not only with trying to meet some of the requirements around regulation, but actually around making sure that you're protecting that data. Because if you haven't mapped your data, or you don't really know where the data is sat or how it can be accessed, then it's really, really hard to protect the data. So which goes back to the point about the cybersecurity side of things. And I think from a regulatory perspective, I think one of the things that's come out from GDPR is clearly the regulators are under-resourced, and it's a huge, huge task. And so typically what triggers the interest from the regulator is where there's data leakages or data breaches, and often they are then linked to weaknesses within the system. So I do see the two as really, really quite sort of interlinked, actually.
I have a question Nina, for you, because you set this up. As a senior leader, how much of this is a technical problem and how much of this is a culture and kind of leadership issue? I mean, it sounds like it's got some of both, but I'll just be interested in your comment.
Yeah, I'm going to throw a cliche back at you.
Okay.
People, process, and technology. So we do have to have all three. So the way to think about it is to first identify a sort of framework. What are the broad buckets that you want to look at? And underpinning all of those broad buckets would be the elements of processes as well as technologies. But as a leader, what you should ask is, how do we measure cybersecurity? Because that's one big question. And quantification of risk is not an easy topic. We haven't got to the answer yet, which is why cyber insurance is so difficult to price. You don't know what is the right amount of coverage. So how are you measuring cybersecurity in my organization? What risk am I prepared to accept? And where? So, identifying what we call crown jewels. What is the most important thing that you would protect? So that's the second question. And the third question that is very, very important. What would be my role if something goes wrong? So yes, you will do something at the technical end, but what decisions do I have to make in a current situation? So I think those are the three very important non-technology decisions to think about.
Very interesting. We have 5 minutes left, so I just wanted to ask a couple of, well, maybe one or two of the questions and get a couple of your answers for each of them. And the first one is a very short question, but I think it's a very difficult one, and it comes from some of the things Naveed said, I think. So maybe I'll start with Naveed and then get one other person to answer, and then we'll have one more question if we can do it quickly enough. The question is just, what's the best recipe for unlearning and relearning? You mentioned the need to do that as part of this. What would you say as a leader makes unlearning and relearning as an individual and as an organization work better?
A couple of things. Like I mentioned in my opening remarks, 10% of the respondents to that survey said that their leaders are equipped to lead their organizations into a digital future. And now, of course, as long as these folks are leading those companies, they will make all the strategic decision. There'll be capital allocation, how you hire people, how you promote them. That naturally have very significant implications as you go forward. And the second observation in the traditional organization is the more senior you become administratively, the more you are removed from how actually what the core of a company really is, what the essence of a company really is, and what makes it work. So if you go by those two premises, then I think the senior managers need to cultivate a habit of what we call is a cliche, continuous learning. You have to be very curious in your mindset, and the issues which may look from the outside, the periphery, you need to look into those issues and develop your understanding, because some of these things which may not be very apparent or a logical relevance to you at that point in time, down the road, it may have very deep implications. So there is no particular recipe for everyone. It's just that curiosity of mind, which is the hallmark of a leader anyway. I think that is what is very, very important.
Very good, thanks. 2 minutes left. I'll jump to one more question from the audience, just because I think it's an interesting one, and I think I'll ask Catherine this one because, just given what we've talked about before, be interested to see what you say. And the attendee asks us, have you seen generational differences in attitudes towards digital transformation? And I mean, I think that's a really interesting question. One I have an opinion on, but I'd love to hear what you say first.
Ooh, it's an interesting one, quite a difficult one. Yeah, I mean, I guess there probably are generational differences. I mean, thinking about my job, where I speak to investors a lot about, about listed companies mostly, but we could see more and more companies come into the market where they're disruptors. they're coming with sort of new models, but a lot, and I look at sort of consumer internet, and a lot of that stems from what are consumers wanting? What are the friction points you're trying to address in a market that's been super inefficient that you can address with a new model? And I kind of often think of it quite simplistically from a consumer perspective, as in, we're inherently a bit lazy. Like, why are we going to change our behavior unless there's really a reason to do so? So something has to be cheaper, it has to be faster, it has to be more convenient. And so, we are seeing more and more of those models evolve, and more sort of consumer willingness. And I think pandemic sort of accelerated some of this to behave in slightly different ways, and some of that is sticking. And I guess there are generational differences. You do get the sort of first move, and it tends to come from the younger generations. And what we're seeing now, I guess, is slightly more of the masses moving in that direction, whether we think about it as how we're consuming video over the top, or ordering food, purely online. We don't know how much of that behavior is going to stick post-pandemic, but certainly a lot of it will, because it is all about, well, actually that ended up being much more convenient, or much quicker, or much cheaper. So I think there are sort of generational differences, but I think it starts to sort of spread to the masses. I don't know if that's exactly answering the question, but that's how I sort of.
That was absolutely fine, and I would love to give you all a chance to respond to this, because I think it's just such an interesting question. But unfortunately, we're out of time. So I really want to thank all four of you, Naveed, Catherine, Philip, and Nina, for joining me today, putting up with my questions and answering them all really well. Really interesting. And I'll hand it back to you, Matt. I think we have a break.
And thank you for hosting us, Nelson. Much appreciated.
Our pleasure. Our
Thank
pleasure.
you.
Thank you.
Covering so much today. Is the next global crisis going to be around global security? How do you learn and relearn? Are you ready to let your teams try out new things and fail? These are just some of the conversations that are taking place at hashtag IBConf21 at Imperial College Business School, the classrooms for MBA, Masters and Exec Ed. It's the audience that have as much to share as the wonderful speakers at the front of the room. So please, do engage with your own thoughts on those themes and other things that we've heard in the fireside with just great insight and speakers. Of course, keeping the bar high for the rest of the afternoon, and we move on from nimble leadership and thoughts around digital transformation to the idea of equality, diversity and inclusion. And we start with a keynote in 30 minutes with Dame Vivian Hunt, who is a senior partner at McKinsey and named one of the most influential Black women in Britain. Straight on from that keynote from Dame Vivian will be a panel with individuals that really have moved forward the discussion on social equality and inclusion, from the Football Association, from Airbnb, even within families. So do join us again in 30 minutes as we pick up with the keynote with Dame Vivian Hunt, and do engage on hashtag IBConf21 with your thoughts and your questions. Thank you. Welcome back. We hope that you've been able to take a few minutes for a responsible lunch with the theme of responsible leadership. Maybe it was digitally transformed. We spoke this morning about how Imperial College Business School hasn't missed a beat in the last year, and their ability to adapt and transform to such a transforming landscape. Part of that has been in the executive education courses that the school offers, tremendous portfolio around leadership, digital transformation, innovation that are reaching a global audience through virtual delivery that the school is so good at. So I'm delighted to welcome David Brown, the Director of Executive Education at Imperial College Business School, to start us off with our next keynote.
Thanks, Matt. It is my great pleasure to welcome Dame Vivian Hunt to give our conference keynote speech. Dame Vivian is a senior partner at McKinsey and was previously managing partner of McKinsey UK and Ireland for 7 years. She's been voted as one of the top 25 consultants globally. She's also chair of Teach First, and amongst other roles, board member of the British Museum, the South Bank Centre, and the CBI. And as we heard from John Allen at the top of the day, part of the UK COVID Recovery Fund. In recognition of her huge contribution to the UK, she was awarded a CBE in 2018. She has helped shape the debate globally on some of the most challenging issues we face, solving the UK's productivity puzzle, and for many years around the how and why of diversity. More recently, in a widely read article and viewed TED Talk, The Case for Stakeholder Capitalism. We should, in her words, hit reset and serve all stakeholders. Ladies and gentlemen, Dame Vivian Hunt.
David, thank you very much, and to all of the team at Imperial for that really kind introduction. It's a privilege to be with you today. Imperial, I believe, is the right place for this type of conference. Since 1845, when your first institution, the Royal College of Chemistry, was founded, Imperial has had both a practical and social purpose: to foster the best of science and technology and to bring its benefits to work, to put them to work for society, from theory, if you will, into practice. And business, when it's at its best, does the same thing. But I do have a quibble. The wording on the introduction for today's conference says that it's all about responsible leadership in the age of COVID-19 as we shift towards a new era of business. And if I'm honest, I'm not sure that the concept of responsible business is really all that new. Consider New Lanark, a Scottish town in 1796 whose textile works were the opposite of the dark satanic mills that Friedrich Engels describes often too accurately. New Lanark provided decent housing, schools, fair wages, and it thrived. Its then owner, Robert Owen, proved that it was not necessary to mistreat workers to be profitable. But let's also remember what happened next. In 1825, Owen sold up. He left Scotland and, brimming with new ideas and ambition, brought his business plans to America. He went to New Harmony, Indiana, but the settlement that he helped to found failed in just 2 years. There are many reasons that New Harmony failed. According to Owens himself, it attracted too many crackpots and con men and not enough real workers. But one major reason for its failure was that society, the one that Owens imagined, communal, equal, self-supporting, in fact, could not support itself. It didn't have a business model. Owen was out over $200,000, the equivalent of over $5 million today. Almost 200 years later, the principle that doomed New Harmony, Indiana, still holds true. Responsible business leadership has to be anchored in economic success. As I wrote in a recent article for McKinsey, the term of enlightened company who might have the most perfect intentions but does not make money is defunct, or we could just call it New Harmony. Fortunately, I don't think there is a disconnect between those goals, between a profitable enterprise that makes money and responsible social actors. Rather, just the opposite. Stakeholder capitalism, meaning that businesses who seek to serve employees, customers, suppliers, the environment, as well as its investors, is a good term to express this. The evidence is accumulating that stakeholder capitalism can be good for the bottom line. 2 pieces of data to support the idea. First, a McKinsey study of 615 public companies over 15 years found that those with a long-term outlook, something that's fundamental for stakeholder capitalism, outperformed their peers in earnings, revenue, investment, and job growth. In 2020, funds with an environmental, social, and governance focus outperformed the S&P 500, surely an indicator of the resiliency that is so critical to success. These results are not outliers. A study last July of European ESG funds found that on the whole, they had outperformed non-ESG funds over 1, 5, and 10-year timeframes. One of my favorite examples of stakeholder capitalism comes from Costco, a huge US retailer. Its founder and CEO, Jem Senegal, was always under a lot of pressure. He was getting a lot of flack from his investors in 2004 because he chose to pay his frontline workers above the industry average. His critics say that it hurt earnings very directly. The headline from the Wall Street Journal was clear: Costco's dilemma, be kind to your workers or Wall Street. Since then, Costco's is up more than 850%, more than 3 times the S&P average. The same is true for Britain's Unilever, which has embraced holistic stakeholder capitalism over time. If you look at the past 5, 10, or 20 years, it has easily outperformed the FTSE 100, and I could give you many more examples. The COVID era has also provided considerable anecdotal evidence that the value of stakeholder capitalism works. When supply chains were broken, who do you think got the call first when they needed to be restored? The ones with strong relationships. Manufacturers that did not lay off employees as a first resort have picked up market share as economic activity has picked up. The case for stakeholder capitalism is simple. It's a good thing in and of itself to think of more than financial returns, although these are essential. But if done well, it can build a competitive advantage. If you accept that premise, and I know that not everyone does, how do you bring it to life? It starts with leadership. I don't think that good companies need to have any fear of the idea of stakeholder capitalism. In many ways, that's what they already do, and what bad companies choose not to do, I suppose. But I think there's a benefit to stating it, being explicit, that it is a core element of your company's strategy and choices. Ideally, you'd see that in your corporate governance documents, like the annual report. Not every jurisdiction allows this, but it's certainly possible through your words and actions to make your intentions clear. In an era of flux, which is just about all the time, leadership teams have to change. It sounds painfully obvious, but let's face it, stating that you want to embrace change, say by innovating faster and appointing a new role or signing an anti-racism statement, and actually making those changes are 2 very different things. COVID has brought about more change to the global workplace than almost any event in my lifetime. How many of us were really ready for it? Those that did best, or at least reasonably well, were those who had a strong sense of purpose aligned with digital capabilities. The digital transformation that we've been hearing about throughout today is not around the corner, it is here. The challenge is to harness these capabilities constructively. For example, the rise and extension of remote working practices offers enormous potential to diversify the workforce, part-time roles, often women, underrepresented groups who may not live near the office, or disabled employees, just to name a few examples. Powerful ethical use of AI and big data in the form of sentiment analysis can also be enormously helpful to understand what your employees and other stakeholders are really feeling and thinking. Haidiao, a Chinese restaurant chain, uses live sentiment and insight data, and it acts on it. The result is much higher employee satisfaction and, for example, staff turnover that's a quarter of the industry average. What gets measured gets managed. That's always been true of financial metrics. And the same is true for social and environmental indicators. Knowing your emissions, for example, is a place to start if you want to manage them. Ditto for things like water use, land use, traffic flows. On environment, the evidence is pretty emphatic. There are many, many ways to reduce your environmental footprint that also deliver cost savings, energy efficiency, lower packaging costs, for example. Methane emissions, which are captured, can be sold, not at a huge premium, but without losing money either. In environmental terms, the value of setting, tracking, publishing specific goals cannot be overstated. And the same applies with the S and the G in the formula. This fosters accountability, something that critics of stakeholder capitalism often point to as a weakness. And it also encourages action. If you really want people to take notice, make progress a component of executive compensation, as 45 of Britain's top 100 companies already do today as it relates to environmental goals. The same can be said for social indicators, those related to employee retention, supplier diversity, and often representation of underrepresented groups such as women or ethnic minorities. McKinsey research found that companies who lead on gender diversity in their executive teams were 25% more likely to have above average profitability. Successful companies do many things well, and all of them are more diverse. That's a material difference. And in a competitive world, every edge matters. Again, the social value, employee satisfaction, greater diversity, is consistent with the economic one, correlations with higher profitability. Let's look at Severn Trent, a water and waste company based in the Midlands. Last year, it was named the top UK public company for female representation. It is also regarded at the top for its environmental practices, getting the highest grade last October from the Environmental Agency. Indeed, since Liv Garfield became CEO in 2014, its returns have been almost double that of the FTSE 100. It's fair to say that the term stakeholder capitalism can be a little mushy. And it's true that some companies can really talk the talk fluently and not take many actions. My point is that rigor, hard-headed management practices, goals, strategy, metrics, that's the language of business and the language of progress. I believe the value of this approach is only going to grow. Something like 80% of the corporate value in the United States is now in the form of intangible assets, goodwill, data, innovation, future insights. In short, the human capacity for ingenuity and creativity applied in a business setting. Ask yourself, what kinds of organizations attract the talent who can do these things? It's going to be the kinds of organizations that have clear purpose and strong cultures. These are the things that are central to organizational health, meaning the ability of a company to define and execute against its strategic goals. So one last data point. The top companies in terms of organizational health deliver 3 times the returns of those that are at the bottom. Imperial is well placed to lead this discussion. Given the scale of today's challenges, big solutions and bold leadership are necessary. Perhaps more than ever before, technology and innovation and courageous leaders, areas in which Imperial excels, are going to be the differentiators between success and failure. This is not true only in business, but also in addressing shared global problems like economic development and climate change. That matters because finally, we have ways that we can build in human dimensions to business logic. Capitalism's more extreme critics see our industry is composed of maybe fat cats, greedy, who'll do anything to crush someone else and get another paycheck. And let's face it, those people do exist. The late unlamented Robert Maxwell was a very successful publishing tycoon, and he also stole 450 million pounds from his own employee pension fund. There are many examples. But sometimes those can be caricatures of business people. I've been in and around the business world for many years, and I've met very, very few people who wake up thinking, how do I pollute more, or how do I hurt my employees? As parents and citizens, we want to leave the world a better place, and we want to lead responsibly. Stakeholder capitalism is a framework to do so. It's new harmony with a brain, a balance sheet, as well as a heart. Thank you. David, I think we have time for a few questions, which I hope your audience is ready for after their short lunch break.
That's right. Well, there's a lot of questions here. So, so let me start with the big question. The research and examples, you've quoted many of them, all point to the fact that the stakeholder approach is more successful, more profitable, and frankly, a better way of living. Why is it that so many companies don't accept that premise or don't act on it?
Well, I think it's hard to define, David. You know, when you say shareholder returns, there's a lot of complexity around what adds to near-term, mid, and long-term value. How do you measure that in operating terms, ROE, ROA, and other metrics? So even just within financial metrics, we all might have different definitions. You know, use your total cash flow and profits generated, or is it after dividends? Right, after you've repaid your investors the promised allocation and so forth. You can get a different answer just with one change in a very important metric. So I think it's very hard to commit to something as a business leader if you don't know how you can be accountable for delivering it. And that's where you get that gap between what businesses say and then what they do. But today, and it's really enabled by AI and data, you can get much more criteria-based and evidence-led around what exactly you mean around E, around S, and around G. And secondly, what that means for different stakeholders. None of us would be confused if we said you have different customer groups, right? They have different needs, need states, and you need to use different analyses to understand how to reach peak satisfaction with multiple customer groups around the world. Same with the supply chain. What you run in India or China is very different than how you'd set it up between, say, the UK and the European Union. But that same complexity exists in stakeholders. And so meeting the goals first with a strong business that is financially successful, and next that has the clarity and courage to build in those goals. So my sense is that leaders should be confident around that. But I think not knowing how to define it and how to measure it has held even the most well-intentioned of leaders, you know, has caused them to pause sometimes before committing to stakeholder capitalism.
Thank you. That's what we like to hear, that in part it's an educational question. You know, you mentioned most people don't wake up and want to do not good things. There are very, very few. Could you speak to some of the concrete, you know, challenges, you know, well-intentioned firms have had, whether they are consultancies or pharmaceutical companies, because clearly it's been a rocky road in parts?
Well, I think clearly there's hard work to do to understand who your stakeholders are and stay aligned with them. And that's a changing landscape. I think when you look at some of the technology companies today, I think they were really clear about different regulatory and operating environments, but did a company, which remember separated from PayPal 5 years ago, and then now has gone on to become its own financial services platform and enabler in its strategy, particularly for households and small and medium-sized businesses. I don't think the company you see today was even imagined when it was first created. So new expectations, new alignment, all brought into sharp relief by the COVID crisis and our recovery. I say the COVID crisis and recovery because the economic trends and data and case examples that I'm referring to existed well before COVID. It's just the sharp difference we know from companies recovering from recession, as well as so far coming out of the recovery. When you look particularly at Asia, which is a little bit ahead of where we are in Europe and the US, you know, companies that have these longer term characteristics and are able to meet multiple stakeholder needs do a little bit better. But the playing field changes, and that's why being in touch with your stakeholders over time is true. Even in advisory work, in our own case, McKinsey, pharmaceutical companies who believe we're providing objective, fact-based advice, or pharmaceutical companies, long-term capital bets to discover medicine that save lives. I mean, that's a pretty noble purpose, but you've got to think about pricing, commercial channels, transparency, data privacy, right? These are all things that 25 years ago were not as much at the fore, or the data sets around them weren't as robust or accessible. So the context is changing on a digital platform, and we've got to be more agile and more responsive. And we've certainly learned that lesson as both a firm as well as many other businesses.
Okay, thank you. So I love the fact that you started your comments with sort of almost a definitional challenge, which is terrific. And indeed, our conference today is about responsible leadership, but very few people sign up for irresponsible leadership. So I wonder, for people who are watching now and in the future, what are some of the key or newer leadership capabilities that you're seeing that people need to be developing?
Well, and I'm focusing on leaders and leadership teams here because, you know, they do the hiring, they decide the resource allocation, they have the media glare. Sometimes they also have the rewards, hopefully in their satisfaction and impact on the world, but also financial rewards. So, you know, with high responsibility comes high accountability and transparency as well. And it's not asking anyone to feel sorry for business people, but I am saying that if you really think of yourself as leading from the front, the first thing is to articulate your goals in broader terms than just financial outcomes, and then put evidence behind that. So stating, if you take Larry Fink's letter last January 2020, just before the globalization of the real pandemic impacts, it was around committing to ESG. And I think what you see, just them as an example and as a company, but also the reach they have with over $1 trillion, I think, in assets under management and really precedent setting and standard setting within their industry, you see one, they as a company trying to make hires and build up capabilities that demonstrate that they're taking their own medicine and trying to lead. You see them asking that around their boards and investments sides. And third, hopefully contributing to the debate on conferences and fora like this about how can you actually apprentice leaders when they train, or also, as you'll know from your role in executive education, retrain leaders. You know, the majority of the people who will be in the workforce in 2030 are actually already working today. Some are 18, some are 58, but they're working today. And so retraining and adding these things in. So clarity to add it to your strategic goals, then operationally linking it to your strategy, and then focusing consistently on execution. And if you take companies like a Costco or a Unilever or PayPal, you know, or UPS, I could name many, many examples, Haidilao, they didn't start trying to serve everyone. They really normally started with trying to really serve their supply chain or really trying to serve employees. And from that, it's like a muscle. They develop the capability to serve an even broader set of stakeholders. But the first leadership attribute is the courage to say we're trying to both build an economically successful company and one that serves these other constituent groups. And we're going to put 2, 3, 4 years of effort in a sustained way against that.
Okay, thank you. So we've spoken quite a lot about leadership at the top of the house and quite a lot of senior executives at this conference. But you're also very, very closely involved with, as chairs Teach First. McKinsey hires hundreds of some of the best graduates. So what do we need to do differently so that we're building a pipeline of future leaders that can act and behave differently? Is there anything we need to do differently as employers?
Well, I think there's probably 3 inflection points, and that's why education, whether it be at the undergraduate or graduate school level, continuing education as executives is so important. But we all know that it's most transformative the earlier you decide to give any person access to a quality education. And so, you know, you mentioned Teach First and the many other organizations that work in primary and secondary schooling. It's about unlocking the confidence and aperture of a good mind, no matter particularly what socioeconomic or other historical barriers to access they may face. And then secondly, continuing that as you go into either the world of work or higher education. So education, whenever you have it, and earlier always better, has a really transformative effect, has like an exponentially transformative effect on our ability to build good leaders and have the capability and skills, because you need agility, as we've learned during the course of this last year. Secondly, I would say we have to train leaders differently, and that's why the business schools are such an important inflection point. It's where you go when you are deciding to, if you will, commit to a career in business and enterprise. We see many joint degrees now, people who have a medical background and a business background, as your panel earlier today showed. And have that combination. And in some ways, you want everyone to have enough business training to apply their more specialized technology or health or other skills in a specialized way. And so that responsibility that business schools have to those who are starting out careers in business in the earlier parts of their career, or who want to make a change or expand their skill set, I think is another really important inflection point. And then last but not least, David, I would say it's reskilling. You know, if you look at our work on the impact of technology on jobs, if you sort of say, if we weren't worrying about COVID recovery, what would we be worrying about? Climate change, equitable economic development, and how to achieve that given the transforming nature of work. Those things would still be happening independent. And so regardless of the extra pressure and fragility COVID's added to the economy and the uneven recovery experiences industries and countries will have, you have to reskill. It's as simple as that. And that is probably as urgent a priority as getting it right with younger people. So we have to prioritize, David. No business has unlimited resources. No person has unlimited time or talents. And so you've got to focus on the areas that are going to make the biggest difference. And education early for young people, particularly around STEM technical areas, which they can apply in a wide range of fields, and also really concentrating on business leaders and making sure they're aware of how to lead businesses that serve all stakeholders.
Okay, thank you. So perhaps a couple of questions coming through, and perhaps
we're only taking easy questions, David. I missed part of John's Q&A, so you make sure you don't give me any questions that are harder than his.
Okay, so we'll see if we can. Actually, poor fella broke his hip, so he had the luxury of being recorded. So he dodged the questions.
No, bring it on.
Let me ask a slightly more personal question then. So you've led a lot from whether it was a few years ago to Peace Corps in Senegal to a pretty large organization, McKinsey UK, and with global responsibilities. And there have been always challenges organizationally. What have been the most difficult elements for you in terms of either being a stakeholder-led leader or leading an organization to lead a sustainable, stakeholder-oriented organization?
David, I'm a big believer that you have to see positive examples of change to have the confidence to make the change. That's why case examples and evidence base are so important in the work that we do at McKinsey. But at the end of the day, any person or a leadership team has to make up their own mind about what strategic goals they want to pursue and how they're going to go after them. And so, it is one thing to be able to set that frame and provide the evidence. But any person on a team or on a leadership team of a client, has to make the decision for themselves, for their stakeholders. And so hopefully you set a frame where leaders can make that decision so that it's a shared goal. It doesn't feel risky. It doesn't feel like it's a trade-off of economic returns versus something else, that you have a holistic perspective, even when there are trade-offs or there are bumps in the road. Many companies have faced huge shocks in the last 18 months and or challenges in their history, but their recovery muscle and resiliency, which is one of the attributes of companies that have broader strategic objectives over the mid and long term and are more oriented towards stakeholders, including investors, perform better. They're more resilient. And so it helps you in good times and bad. So I think you've got to make the decision for yourself, but you want to make a system change. So my hope, David, is not just to be an individual example or an exception to the rule. It's to help create systems and systemic approaches to incorporating ESG into mainstream business objectives, incorporating systematic evidence-based approaches to stakeholder capitalism that demystify it and make it feel less complex. And that's happening very quickly with E. And I think the same thing should happen with S and G. So I want to lead by example, David, which I think you're rightly implying. But my individual example, your individual example is positive, but it's an anecdote. What we want is data. We want a system that actually can support these changes over time, and that's really what we're working towards at McKinsey and beyond.
Okay. Thank you. So we've got time, I think, for one. Fortunately, it's a big question, but a short answer, because we're short of time on this. People are really interested in McKinsey. I mean, it's kind of secretive. It's humongously influential, and perhaps not secretive, but just people don't know how it works. And in many ways, it's led the way in many areas of business. What do you think is the biggest challenge for McKinsey in these next few years?
Well, we have 2 or 3 things that inform our points of view. One, obviously, is of course our client work and the diversity of clients we serve globally. And you just have to look at some of the geopolitical tensions in the world to know that context really matters, and that both private as well as public sector clients need and want different things depending on where they are in the world and where they are in their business challenge. And we try to learn from the full breadth of our experience. And reconciling those things and finding the right insights, what's common, what's unique, and all while maintaining confidentiality. Second, we learn a ton from our people, David. We have some assets, but we're mostly an ideas and capability, and the trust we have with colleagues, and making sure that particularly our younger colleagues, but all colleagues, feel that we are taking our own medicine and trying to be the best firm we can be for their learning and development, and therefore serving our clients. And we have to pass that test every year in recruiting, development, and feedback culture, which, feedback's not always easy, David. I don't know if you have 360 feedback as part of Imperial's process, but it's tough sometimes. But that's what we need to do as leaders within our own company before we can give that advice to our clients. And then the final thing is that we've strengthened some of our policies and practices. It's not super sexy, but it is a really foundational to ensure that we've got equitable policies and practices, and we're robust in terms of professional standards and risk management and saying who we are and stating our values. And so that's how we've responded to it. Innovative client work, learning lessons from all different contexts in a world that is going to be more complex, I think, in the next century than it has even in the last. Listening to our people and trying to be consistent and hope to be the firm that they want to join. And then third, backing that up, all that good intention and promise up with really good policies and practices. We make mistakes, no question, we stumble sometimes, and we don't intend to be mysterious. We are trying to be more transparent and aligned than ever, but we are learning as we go, and like any organization, we're doing our best.
Oh, thank you. Well, thank you for lifting the lid a little bit. And thank you for your, we have to call it time there. So thank you for your hugely open and thoughtful comments and replies. Some people may have seen McKinsey as the high temple of capitalism, red in tooth and claw. I don't think that's the case. In contrast, my lasting impression, and indeed, I think, if I may, your challenge to all of us is to create a new harmony with, I think your phrase was, a heart, a brain, and a balance sheet. Dame Vivian Hunt, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
David, I think that we should have a prize for the Imperial student that can draw the line between Robert Owen and his community in New Lanark, and of course the McKinseys of Gamma, Missouri, in the late 19th century. I'm sure there's some family connection there. Among the values and principles, of course, of the firm that were defined by one of their first partners, Marvin Bauer, was the idea of telling the truth, even if it means challenging the client's opinion. And we really appreciate Dame Vivian joining us to make such a compelling case for stakeholder capitalism. We move on now to the third panel of the day, and this sort of shift in the focus and content. We'll be looking at the role of business in dismantling systemic racism and inequality, social inequality. And I'm joined by Marissa Miraldo, the Associate Professor in Health Economics at Imperial College Business School, for another star-studded panel of insight. Nora Spinks is the CEO at the Vanier Institute of the Family, a non-profit research organization based in Canada, who has dedicated her career to innovative policies and programs focused on health, well-being, and workplace flexibility. Just think how that applies to the world that we live in today. She's joined by Melissa Thomas Hunt, the Global Head of Diversity and Belonging at Airbnb. Melissa is an expert on building inclusive global teams. And also Eileen John, who is International Relations, Corporate Affairs co-partner for Equality, Diversity and Inclusion Director at the Football Association, Football, the UK British style, and she's a rising star in HR and recruitment. So Marissa, I know how you're excited you are to host such a great panel, and I'll hand over to you.
Hello. Thank you very much. I'm more than excited. I'm truly honored to have these three guests. It's fantastic. They're my idols on the fight for inclusion, diversity, and inclusion. But also, I'm very honored because this panel is about a topic that it's very dear to most of us, but also it's extremely difficult. I've yet to sit in a room where people discuss and want to make change to become a better and less racist society. And people are not scared of saying the wrong words or making the wrong assumption. So I think this is extremely important space to have these discussions. Now, I think the reason why people tend to be anxious when discuss racism is because they are aware that their own personal experiences, their places of privilege, their culture, the histories that they have been told make them perceive racism in a way that might differ from other people's perceptions and experiences. So that really leads me to my first question that I would like to make to our three panelists, but start perhaps with Melissa. That is, how do you define systemic racism, and what does it mean to you based on your past life experience?
That's a big question, Marissa. It's a pleasure to be here today. When we think about systemic racism, we're really thinking about the systems that are in place that either created or maintain the inequality that comes from the perception of race. You really have to think about it within local contexts. And so the US is certainly the context with which I'm most familiar. Although ironically, at the age of 53, these are not things that we were taught as school children. And so there are things that largely, were gaps that we had to fill in later on. When we think of systemic racism, I just want to paste a picture, and I don't have the visual, but if you could bear with me for a moment. Imagine that you are in an open area and you're looking into the distance and you see a big hill, and you think that you see three hikers that are all in a line. One is further up the hill, one's in the middle, one's at the bottom. And you think to yourself, wow, like that hiker who's at the top, they must have trained so hard. They're so much further ahead. They're working harder. And then now imagine that you shift to the aerial view. So you are looking down on these hikers on this mountain. And what you actually see is that they're actually not in a line, that they're staggered. One is further to the left, one's in the middle, one's on the right. And you look at the one who was at the top, who was further ahead, to whom you imparted so much success. And in fact, there was an escalator, a moving staircase that is propelling them up to the top. The person in the middle, you look down and there is a windy path. So it's pretty straightforward, but they're not going linearly as they're hiking. They're having to make turns and twists. The person who was furthest down when you viewed them, you now look down and you see that there are boulders and there are obstacles and they're jumping over bodies of water, and that while they haven't gotten very far, there has been so much in their way. Systemic racism are the barriers that are put in place, that have been put in place, that are maintained, that create friction as people are trying to progress. And they're often the things that for many of us are invisible to our experience. And so therefore we afford effort and attribution to the places that people hold in society, when in fact, there are other things that were really more extensive impacts to them.
Thank you very much for the fascinating analogy. So everything really depends on your perspective. But I think one important thing that you said is that there are regulations, there are policies that perpetrate those in a sense, those perspectives. So maybe I'll turn to Nora. Nora has been very actively engaged in policies. Nora, what is the role of those policies in fighting systemic racism, and how do you see it from your own perspective?
Well, I think first and foremost, we have to acknowledge and recognize that racism exists. And that's the first step. You can't solve a problem unless you're prepared to acknowledge it, identify it, articulate it, define it properly, and then move forward. And that takes more than public policy. That takes action, that takes conviction. And the 3 C's we always talk about is that it takes commitment to address it. 2, it takes courage. And you have to have leaders who are prepared to say, we're going to go forward with this. And 3, it takes concentrated effort. It's not something that's just going to happen because somebody has been identified within the organization to address the issue or to solve the problem. So I think one of the things that's important is that all of the policies, practices, protocols, systems need to be analyzed, reviewed, assessed. You know, we've talked a lot at this conference about feedback and how sometimes it's uncomfortable. I think for organizations, the idea that they have to identify collectively as well as individually where those boulders that Melissa described so eloquently, where they exist, how they got there, how to remove them, or to find a way that provides everybody with the same path. And so that it's not that we just have to fix the boulders on path number 3. I'm going to steal that analogy in future sessions. So thank you, Melissa, for that. But it's not just about fixing the boulders, which I think a lot of existing policies and programs try to do. But that in fact, we want to make sure that everybody has access to the escalator, a map on how to get there, how to use it effectively, what to do when you're on it, how to make sure others around you know how to get on it, and be able to propel everybody forward, because it's only then that we're going to be able to make individual and collective advancements, and that we're going to be able to grow organizationally and individually moving forward.
Thank you very much, Nora. And maybe I'll have to leave a chance also to Adeline. Adeline, through your work, you know, you contact people and you're in contact with people. Your work touches many people from many different backgrounds that have different perspectives. So, you know, from your own experience, how has that shaped your definition of systemic racism?
Yeah, so I would say, in addition to everything that everybody's already said, I think there's a key point around recognition of the systems that are holding us back, right? So be that legislation, be that policy, be that organizational practices, processes, or even in many cases, just habits that have formed over years. If we think about how many times you are in organizations or within structures where people say, oh, we do it this way because that's the way we've always done it. Actually, that is a result of years and years and years of institutional embedded ideas and biases that we perpetuate and continue to move forward. And that absolutely can lead to continued institutional racism that impacts people's attitudes, behaviors, and treatments of one another. So in my experience, it's often something long-standing. It's often something that's difficult to break and challenge, but it's something that we have a responsibility to break and challenge. And the first step of that is awareness, so that those who are in decision-making seats, those who have the power to drive that change, can make sure that they do that with foot soldiers and agents around organizations and around institutions to help move that forward.
Thank you very much. Yes, I mean, I do agree that we all have the power to, but also the obligation to make change. And I think, at least from my interactions in sharing diversity committees, that people tend to think that obligation is an individual obligation. That I do agree. But I'd like to bring the discussion to the role of organizations and businesses. So perhaps I'll start with Melissa again. How does racism affect your organization or organizations in general? I assume that, we're working at Airbnb, where billions of people interact as hosts and guests, that those perceptions and those biases and prejudice is quite ingrained in the work of your organization. So I'd like to understand your views on how those perceptions, those global perceptions and those global prejudice affects your organization, and what can your organization do? I know you are doing a lot. So you could share some examples to fight that systemic racism.
So we provide a platform that brings individuals together, our guests and our hosts. Before I arrived, many years ago, there was anecdotal evidence and then more empirical investigations by researchers that began to suggest that our Black guests in particular are having different experiences on the platform. Our three founders, through their own lived experience, would say and have said that they had no idea that they were trying to create a company that would foster belonging, connection, bringing people together. They had no idea that individual human beings would actually bring their biases and their stereotyping behaviors onto the platform. And as a consequence, they were unaware and unprepared. But once that came to the forefront, they took many actions, some of them being regularly engaging civil rights partners, understanding how their stakeholder groups were experiencing the platform, putting together an anti-discrimination team, having a community commitment with an anti-discrimination clause where we've kicked 1.4 people off of the platform because it refused to adhere. There are lots of things that we did externally, and with Project Lighthouse, that announces our commitment to continuing to understand the differential experiences that people may be having. The other side of that, though, is that we're a company that's centered on connection and belonging, and people have come to the company because of that mission. And in reality, and this is the case in almost every organization around the globe, that not everyone is having the same experience. And so my role is largely to understand the ways in which there are differential experiences, particularly by individuals from different racial groups. And some that starts with the culture and the processes that you have, and you actually have to take a really close look, and you have to understand what the currency is, who succeeds, how do they succeed, what do they show up with, how is the largest societal systemic racism impacted how people move through our interview process. One of the really big things that we're doing is, particularly in our technical arena, our engine, our data science, we have been interrogating and reinventing our technical assessment process, because what we realize is that depending upon the access that individuals have had to those institutions deemed to be most elite, the resources that they have, it can give them a leg up. Whereas that, and so individuals, the way we were assessing potentially might not be recognized for the potential that they have to do the actual job. And we're assessing for skills that are really just a function of where they taught that at their elite institution. So I think we have to really understand and interrogate what are the critical factors for success, who's not able to participate, what are the friction points that we're putting in the way, and how do we remove those? That's really hard because that's part of the fabric, that's part of the culture. And so you're taking a really hard look at who you are and saying, we're going to reinvent ourselves. And then you also have to provide ways for individuals who've come into the organization from different races and ethnicities to get more visibility, to get sponsorship by leaders. And you can't just leave it to the disposal of leaders. They're very busy. They have many things in this dynamic and agile environment. So the company actually has to provide the support systems. They have to tell people, how do you be good sponsors? They have to create cohorts and support them. And that's one of the things that we've done. And then more broadly, you have to create a learning ecosystem. You can't just expect people to know how to show up to tell them to do it. You actually have to teach them to do it. I think this audience knows that. I'm a business school professor at the core. And for those that are initiated and motivated, if they're given access and a helping hand along that journey, they can absolutely learn it. And so we have to commit to building it.
Thank you very much, Melissa. Just so Airbnb has been doing a lot in this space. What have been the positive effect in the organization success, your performance metrics of such actions?
Absolutely. So this is a really challenging time to look at metrics, and we're big metrics. We're big on transparency, both in sharing internally any divergences that there may exist by demographic group and the experiences as we measure them in our employees' surveys, because we just feel like it's important for us to really know where we stand. So that's a first step in collecting the data and sharing the data internally. We also have a diversity dashboard that we publish internally. We've been doing that since June of 2019 that cuts the organization by function, level, across demographics. So women globally in the gender binary, and within the US by racial categories so that we can constantly measure where we are. 2020 was the year we were in a pandemic or a travel company in tech. And so it's also a year where we had to fundamentally reshape our business. And that meant that there were many people who had to be, who were laid off as a result of that. But I think the important signals were that we had a first principle that we would take action with an eye to diversity wherever we could, that we would not cut back, we would not roll back on the individuals who were there to support advancing diversity and belonging, diversity, inclusion, and that we emerged from the summer having bold goals, 2025 goals, 20% underrepresented minorities in the US by the end of 2025, 50% in the gender binary for women globally by the end of 2025. And we also made a bold aggregate board and E-team goal of 20% people of color by the end of 2021. And then a whole host of processes to support that. So this is probably not the year for a whole host of reasons where our metrics are going to demonstrate the progress that we've made. It's really in what are the systematic ways that we have been trying to differentially bring people into the organization and support those who are there and move them through it. I expect that the dividends will start to show up later this year and into 2022.
Fantastic, thank you. Let me turn on to Adeline because Adeline, I need to confess that I've never really much engaged with football, and I've grown up in Portugal, so I'm quite an outlier. Having reflecting over time why that is the case, I think as growing up, I always saw football as a place of many contradictions. So we were raised to, with idols like Eusebio and Pelé, and that was against the backdrop of a highly racist society. And I think that contradiction. There are many other contradictions in football from my perspective, but maybe leave that discussion to another time. But I think that has led myself to engage less with such an important sport that has such an important societal role. So I've always been very, curious about how does racism affect football, in what ways it affects football, but also what can football do to fight systemic racism in the society, so to have that more social role that it has and leverage that to impact society a bit more in a wider way.
Sure. So I suppose a couple of responses to that. So my first would be, we have to recognize that football is a microcosm of society, right? And so in the same way that we are talking about organizations or indeed football, that doesn't actually mean anything without the people. So, when organizations are struggling and behaviors are racist, that's because people within those organizations are racist. And we have to acknowledge that and be honest about that. Similarly, within football, of course, it's a national sport that people can engage with. It's a sport that you have people from all walks of life playing and being represented on the pitch. But we're clear that we don't see enough diverse representation off the pitch, which is why we, from an FA standpoint, launched an activity this year called the Football Leadership Diversity Code, which is focused on improving the diversity pipeline in senior administration and team operations, but also in coaches. So when you look at a football pitch at the moment and you look at what you see on mainstream TV, broadly, you do see broad representation from different socioeconomic backgrounds, different ethnic groups, different religions, etc., etc. However, when you transition internally and look at clubs and look at the broader administration of football, or indeed look at the benches around the football pitches, you don't see that same level of diversity. And we recognize that there is a challenge and a recruitment problem with developing and building those pipelines and making sure that the provision of equal access to opportunities is being provided across the football landscape. So we hope that the Football Leadership Diversity Code will help to drive that change and help to hold organizations within the football sphere accountable and make it transparent, right? Football is one of the most talked about sports in the world, if not the most talked about sport in the world. And it means that we as organizations are forever on the front pages of newspapers, are forever on BBC News, and are forever talking about what we're trying to do and the impact that we have on society. But football is made up of people. And so within that, you will have people who have open, honest views focused on equality and diversity. And you will have individuals who have bigoted views, just in the same way as you do across broader society. we have to continue to drive those discussions, to drive that change through policy change, through making sure that we provide that equal access to opportunity. And hopefully, Marissa, will then have more people like you wanting to engage with the sport in some shape or form, be that as an observer or a participant or anything else.
I'm sure if the contradictions are removed, but yes, you know, as a woman growing up in a country that is very sexist and racist, I always find it quite peculiar that all coaches, for example, were white men. So to some extent, is engaged a bit from football. Okay, so I'd like to ask Nora something again related to how organizations are affected by risk. Nora, you know, you have much more insight than I believe that anyone else in the room how families and communities were affected by COVID. And in a sense, we all like to think that we are being supported in the same way, but we know that you know, the pandemic, the crisis has widened in social economic inequalities, but to some extent might have also widened discrimination and racism. So my question, you know, what I'd like to understand your view on the extent to which if organizations would be more equal and diverse, if they, in your view, they would have coped, organizations, but also society a bit more wider, would have coped better with the impact of the pandemic?
I think what COVID-19 has provided us all with is this golden opportunity to pause and reflect. What we've been identifying since last April, we've been surveying families week over week since March of 2020. And one of the things that has become absolutely obvious is that pandemic has given us a clear view of every system that's been disrupted: education, health, justice, early learning and childcare, healthcare, long-term care. Every single system in our society has had its strengths and equally its weaknesses magnified, amplified, and intensified. And I think that is equally true for issues like racism. And so it's not that these issues haven't been around and that those who are living it and breathing it and being in it weren't aware. But what pandemic has done is given us a platform to reveal to everybody what has been experienced by a few. And I think as we move forward and create the now normal of tomorrow, if we learn from those experiences during pandemic, we will strengthen those systems and we will focus on what has also been magnified, which are the strengths. So there are organizations and individuals and leaders who are shining in this pandemic because they're willing to take a stand, both in terms of their words, but more importantly, their actions on identifying what the issues are, putting in place some strategies and solutions to address those issues, but also not just doing, but feeling and being a part of the future. And in order to change the future, we have to be very aware of those weaknesses in the present. And we need information. We've talked a lot about data at this event today. We need insights, which means we have to be prepared to listen. We need to be willing to be inspired. We need to learn from organizations like the ones on this panel are represented, because we all don't need to start from zero. We can learn from the experience of others. And that means we have to be willing to create cultures not only of inclusion and diversity, but learning and teaching and innovation and creativity. And we have to create environments for that to happen naturally, as well as consciously. So both organically and strategically. Vivian talked earlier about what needs to be in place, and the way we frame that is head, heart, and wallet. You need to engage people's hearts first. They have to be engaged emotionally. They have to believe that this is wrong. It needs to be changed. We can do better. So heart first, then the head, that's all the data, the metrics and everything that comes with that. And then what we euphemistically refer to as the wallet. That's the opening up and applying the resources, skills, talents, time, money, people, in order to actually move forward. And we have to broaden our lens, that it's not just about human resource management or finding a way to address internal, but organizations, and we're seeing examples of this all around the globe, that they're recognizing that they have a role to play in their sectors, in their industries, in their communities, in the economy, and that you can't separate these the issues of racism and fairness and equity away from all of those other things. You know, we're always talking about people, planet, profit. It's not profit first, it's people first, because you can't have profit without. And if we're going to truly address this individually, organizationally, systemically, we're going to have to join forces, learn from each other, share both best practices, but also failures. And we have to create this culture of learning. We will all make mistakes. Let's embrace that. Let's celebrate that. Let's learn from that. And let's share that going forward. And I think we can create a now normal of the future that will be very different for the next generation, but also next quarter, next year.
Thank you very much. I mean, you said something that is something that I truly believe in, that we need a bit of humbleness and, accept that we are not there, and, there's a long way to go and we will fail. And that's part of the process. And that, so I always wonder, what is the type of leader that we need? So what do we need in leaders? What can individual leaders do to drive positive change and to prevent and mitigate systemic racism? Maybe I'll go back to you, Melissa. What is, addressing these issues really requires people to some extent to relinquish some forms of power. It requires that humbleness. It requires knowing that we will struggle. We expose our struggles and our failures, because we need to engage others in the right path. And that's very difficult for any human being, let alone someone that is heading an organization or an institution. So what can we tell to leaders? What are the best buys that leaders can learn from, so they drive that positive change and inspire others?
What you mentioned, it's just right on target. I mean, we spend so much time as leaders trying to demonstrate our competence, trying to be out front, be experts, demonstrate that we can lead people. And to really move this forward requires demonstrating vulnerability, being willing to make mistakes, stepping beyond the fear we have of demonstrating that we don't know enough. It requires curiosity, asking questions. It requires reaching out to people when we don't even have the right words, but knowing that there's something that we should be communicating in care, and asking questions about them and their experience. And so it takes practice. It takes practice to be in a space where you can admit that you don't know something and where you want to learn. And so if we could embed in our education for leaders that fundamental to being a great leader is recognizing that you're on a journey, that there's a way that you want to show up, but that it is a process and it will not be linear. And that what we find and what I find is that our employees are incredibly forgiving when leaders show up in authentic ways, when they are genuine, when they indicate the limitations of their knowledge, but a desire to sincerely help and put in place concrete measures by engaging with individuals and not running and being silent.
Thank you. Adeline, I think the recent events around the European Super League have really demonstrated that, with the right or the wrong messages, you can really mobilize people. They feel outraged and come up and speak, and they want to do something about it. Learning from the recent this last days around that, the announcement of the European Super League, or at least the intention of that. What can we learn from that experience? What leaders, with regards to the power of leaders in driving change and mitigating and preventing racism?
Yeah, so I think a key thing that leaders can do as it relates to driving change and eradicating racism is actually engage with people from different backgrounds. And I think, using your example of the European Super League, part of the challenge that I think was faced in that sphere was that decisions were made potentially in an isolated way, without thinking about those that enjoy the sport, engage in the sport, and play the sport. And so there was no listening, communication, and knowledge of what it was that was the desire for the broader good of football. And I think that becomes difficult. And I think that's the same in organizations. If we think about the past 12 months, we've had many organizations talk about the fact that they've done listening groups off the back of the George Floyd murder that took place last year. And that gave them an opportunity to listen to some of their colleagues from historically underrepresented groups about their experience, about their challenges, and about things that they could shift and change in the organization. So in my mind, some of the critical things that leaders need to do is they need to be visible and they need to be hands-on so that they can listen and engage with the colleagues and the people that they're trying to lead. They need to make sure that they have clout and spend time doing research, increasing their awareness, educating themselves about the issues at hand within their organization, but also how that is impacted by broader society. They need to make sure that they have strategies and processes in place. So they need a stringent talent management process, a sponsorship program, mentorship to help move and increase people throughout that pipe. But they also need to be accountable. And for me, accountability comes not only through the ways in which leaders are measured, but also through their communication with their people. If they are open and honest about where they are, the journey they're going on, and what they are hoping to achieve, it means that their colleagues and, in many cases, broader society can hold them to account for what it is they've said that they will do. They need to tackle entrenched mindsets, and they need to make sure that they eradicate and minimize any types of bias or discrimination within the organizations. And that might mean in some instances that you need to fire people. That might mean in some instances that people need to be let go or moved out of organizations or moved out of line management responsibilities. They need to be seen as visible champions with a voice, who are clear about what they stand for, what they won't stand for, and what they want the organization's culture to be. And then they need to back all of that up underneath with data and transparency. So for me, leaders have a real critical role as it relates to crafting and shaping an organization. But as I've said before in my previous answer, organizations are basically made up of people. And so that's kind of a role that everybody has and can take proactively.
Thank you very much. Just one very final question to Nora with regards to that. Yes, the organizations for me are people. So I'm of very strong opinion that the fight against racism means that it's not a place for only leaders. They will play a very important role, but each of us, and just I was very inspired by what Liz Kingo said early on, that each of us needs to be an activist, right? We need to be leaders in our own right and leading change and positive change towards ending racism, basically. So Nora, just very quickly in regards to that, you work with families and communities. How can we empower them to be the leaders that we need for that fight?
Well, I think there's a lot that we can do in creating our expectations and articulating our expectations of what good leadership means and translate that throughout our communities and our societies. Early in my career, somebody said to me that a really strong, powerful, successful leader has their head in the clouds and their feet firmly planted on the ground at the same time at all times. And I think if we recognize that and as leaders continue to move the bar and create the horizon of wouldn't it be great if, and it's something we ask our people all the time and we embed in every one of our processes, is start off with wouldn't it be great if, and then followed very quickly with what would that take? Wouldn't it be great if everybody had the same opportunities? What would that take? And just keep cascading that down and cascading that down till you get to the ground. And then you have your work plan all in place. I think leaders need to recognize that their employees and their team members and their customers and their investors all have multi-dimensional lives. And to begin this journey of change, they need to shift from, let me tell you what we're going to do and let me tell you about our strategy, to tell me about, and really be willing to learn and to identify, and then to hold themselves personally accountable, but also to everybody else. And I think Adeline and Melissa have articulated that really well, that it's not just within the organization. We're beginning to see leaders make their feelings and ideals known outside in the choices that they make, the things they participate in, the things that they support, the things that they endorse, the things that they themselves invest in as organizations. And it's not just about charitable dollars to social justice causes. It's about all of their investments. It's about all of their activities. It's about all of their engagement. And I think we're at a point globally where that's becoming more expected. And if we change our expectations, then everything else follows from that. So wouldn't it be great if? What would it take? How long is it going to take us to get there?
Thank you very much for that recipe. We have some time for Q&A, and I think because of so it's quite an interesting question that we have. That is, I mentioned at the start that people are often uncomfortable discussing race, and I think that reflects on a number of questions that we have. That is a bit different from the other sessions. So to what extent is that itself a barrier to dismantling systemic racism, and how do you tackle it? I don't know who wants to take that one.
So I'm happy to start, and I'm happy to say I think it's a huge barrier to tackling systemic racism. I think if we avoid having difficult conversations and constantly want to be in our comfort zone, then we can't successfully drive change. We know that with many things in society and in life, the magic often happens when you come outside of your comfort zone, right? So, if you think about running a marathon, it's not that you go outside and you run the first 26 miles the first time. You're uncomfortable, you're breathless, and you do it again and again and again. And for me, tackling these issues is no different. We have to get comfortable with the fact that we are going to be uncomfortable if we genuinely want to drive and shift change. And part of that for me is recognizing and understanding that empathy needs to be part of those conversations, because I know that the discomfort often comes from a place of fear and not feeling psychologically safe to say certain things or to ask certain questions or to use certain words. And so for me, empathy is a critical element of discussions in this space to help us all drive forward more positively as a collective.
I'd just like to jump in and just say, I agree wholeheartedly with everything that Adeline said, that words actually matter, language matters. And you see this where people are using euphemisms, and we actually have to get comfortable with the actual words. So you hear people talk about diverse individuals. There's no such thing as a diverse individual. Diversity is an aggregate category. They're diverse groups, they're a diverse array of individuals. But instead of saying Black individuals, brown, Latinx, we paper over it, and paper over it. We don't recognize the systemic injustices. We don't recognize people's experiences. And so literally practicing saying the words, saying racism, it gets easier and it opens the door to conversations.
Nora.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think, one of the things that's happening here in Canada is that for the first time, our official statistics agency is actually starting to disaggregate based on race. And we've never done that before because it was just like, we don't do that here. It's a really good first step in acknowledging that we've been trying to paper over some of the issues by lumping it all into categories like diversity. And I think what's really important as we see others demonstrate their courage to take a stand, to articulate the situation, to find the words, to express their feelings, to be open and willing to learn, to be able to listen to even the hard truth, then I think we will be able to create a now normal in the future that will be inclusive, where everybody will belong and where we will all feel the support that we need to reach our full potential at home, at work, and in the community.
Thank you very much. And I think we have time for one more question. So I've picked one from John Linder. So how do you pick up on microaggressions and then deal with them whilst also dealing with the bigger picture?
So again, I'm happy to start that by the very nature of microaggressions, it's small, tiny actions, behaviors, or attitudes that impact your day-to-day experience. And I often like to think of them as very similar to mosquito bites. That's how I think of them, right? So we all know that there are certain people who get bitten more by mosquitoes and others who get bitten less. And actually the single individual mosquito bite isn't what often can make you very frustrated. It's when you're bitten repeatedly and then you become irritated and become frustrated. And I think microaggressions, if not addressed or discussed, are like that. And sometimes that can lead to uncomfortable conversations or uncomfortable situations in organizations where somebody blows up or reacts in a way that potentially is inappropriate because there have been repeated microaggressions demonstrated towards them. I think we have to recognize that we have to also educate people about what microaggressions are, be that in terms of things that people say or things that people do, because one of the things I've learned over my time doing diversity and inclusion is people aren't always aware. And sometimes people's intentions are not negative, but we have to recognize that it isn't really about intention. It's about the impact that that can have on individuals and their performance and their sense of belonging within organizations. So for me, it's about making sure that we talk about them. It's about making sure that people have an awareness of them. And it's about making sure that we also have a psychologically safe environment where we can call them out. And that for me is about looking at how you can improve a culture again for the good and the collective, as opposed to just on that individual level.
Thank you very much, Adeline, and what a fantastic way to finish this panel. I'm so sorry it's so short. I'd love to keep on chatting with all of you. I think you said something very important, that is distinguishing intent from impact. And I think that's really essential for the fight against racism, but any other type of discrimination. So I would like to thank you all. It has been fantastic. Again, a true honor to have this chat with you. And that's it. We can't applaud with many people in this session, but thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Marissa, you said at the beginning how honored you were to bring together this panel. I absolutely understand why. What a phenomenal group. And for both yourself, for Nelson, for Celia, and for Mark, that have hosted all of our panels during the day. Many of you will have registered for the roundtable sessions that begin coming up now. Those are 4 distinct separate sessions, and you should have received a link to the session that you had requested. So that's going to be another hour of further discussion. But as we reach the end, the conversation continues. In fact, as Imperial, the conversation is just starting as we tackle so many of the different challenges that we faced today. I thought it was telling during the keynote from Dame Vivian Hunt. She said that we're better than Imperial College and the business school to reflect on the challenges that the world faces. Again, my hat's off to the team that have enabled us to bring together such engagement and content and discussion. Enjoy the upcoming roundtables with each of the faculty members, and stay in touch through hashtag IBConf21. Thank you very much.